Are we back? We're back. Alexander Zverev,
Yeah.
Carlos Alcaraz. I haven't actually put on the stream yet, but Mario said that they're already playing, so I'll
Yeah,
trust him.
in my stream it's 15-0.
Fantastic.
My stream is 15-all as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we're usually not gonna be like fully in sync, but well, we have to make the
So
most out of
does
it.
this mean we need to do that classic thing of delaying our reactions? Like, oh no, that's incredible, and it was a really boring point.
Yeah, usually we like try to keep it, to let's say a bearable minimum. But no, like if you see something amazing, just see it. Just say it. Like, yeah,
Alrighty.
don't care about it too much.
Yeah.
I think at the US Open final we did it like this. So I think one of us was the third. I think maybe Jack, and me and John were keeping our reactions to a minimum until he saw the point. But that was because of the final. But here, yeah, don't bother. Just whatever you see and whatever you want to comment on, go ahead.
Will do.
Yeah.
I'm unable to find that stat that we were talking about, but
Yeah,
well,
I was
certainly
trying to
wasn't
look for
11
it.
hours.
I was looking for it as well. Yeah. The final was 5 sets, and it was 3 hours 23. I think I've got that.
Yeah,
So
and he played 2 more 5-setters along the way as well.
and his first round match against Noah Rubin was a 4-setter as well, I think.
Jürgen Melzer, that was the first round. Second was against Rubin. Rubin was in straights. He was like a breakdown in one of them, but it was in straights. But he lost a set to Melzer.
Sorry. Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, here Zverev held quite comfortably to start the match.
With a really nice volley at the end there, by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the last time they played Zverev won. I actually haven't looked at the head-to-head too much. He's like pretty good in it, but of course with Carlos it's like weird because in 2021 I wouldn't really count these matches anymore. Like he was a baby back then, and it's only really the last 2 years that I feel like are giving us, or maybe even the last year that is giving us a real sample. But of course the courts in Turin very different to here. But yeah, Zverev just needs to have balls today. Needs to grow a pair compared to the previous 4 rounds.
Yes.
If he wants to win, and I'm not saying this will give him the win. I'm saying this will give him a chance to win.
Shall we do some predictions? Shall we try to say what we think the score will be, or how many sets it will be, or something like that?
We can, sure. Why not? Who wants to start? Mario?
Yeah, Mario, it's my idea, so let's put it on you.
Well, I don't know if this can be called quite bold. Probably I'm saying Alcaraz in 5.
Okay.
It's not...
Yeah.
I reasonably, I think that Alcaraz should win quite comfortably today, honestly, for many reasons. But if I have to I feel pretty boring in these days, so I want a long match, and I'm saying it in my prediction just as a manifestation of a good battle.
Yeah. We should get this done quickly because he's now low 30, and if he loses the break, then there's going to be some like, should I actually go different? No, I'm not going to change anything though. I've said it before, like Alcaraz in 4 seems like a very reasonable outcome to me. If I'm thinking like whether Zverev takes a set or not, it's probably more likely that he does. However, I don't trust him in the long run to keep believing in the forehand and just play like not like Zverev. So yeah, I'll go with Alcaraz in 4.
Okay,
even though he just did that.
Even despite that. Now, I will go with Alcaraz in 3, which I'm not saying that only to be contentious and different. But I'd say Alcaraz in 3, and I would also add a secondary prediction, which is I don't think Zverev will get more than 5 games in any set.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Zverev is tired, and the way Alcaraz played last time was sparkling, and he does do things mostly better than Zverev. I think tiredness plus Alcaraz's recent form should be enough.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, I appreciate that you didn't change that prediction based on what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
8 points to 1 to start this match, and Zverev now is up a break. Yeah, but you're right about that. We've seen also the US Open when Zverev was coming from that very, very long and physical battle against Sinner in round 4, and probably also that part made a little bit of difference in the end, not in terms of who was going to win the match, but in terms of how the score was lopsided.
Yeah, I think he was really fatigued at the US Open. I don't think he's going to be like that here, though. Like, maybe if
Yeah.
it gets really long, but against Sinner, you could see him already struggling. Of course, in New York, it's also super humid. But here we are playing like the night session. He got 2 days of rest after that Nori clash, where he did look fine physically until the very end. So I'd reconsider it that much of a factor, I guess. But maybe if it goes into the fifth, into the long fourth set, sure.
Do you think playing at night makes any difference in terms of a little bit of the conditions and which player is going to be a little bit favored by this? Probably.
I would try to work out.
I don't know, to whoever wants to talk.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think that would come down to which one is, basically working out who's better on outdoor swirling hard courts, who's been better at places like the US Open where you get all of the wind, or at Paris, or those places. So yeah, not sure off the top of my head who's better, but I don't see a strong advantage to either of them really on playing indoors. I mean, possibly you'd give that slightly to Zverev because he has won the ATP World Tour finals and stuff like that, indoor tournaments like that. But I'm not sure it makes much of a difference personally.
Yeah, the faster the better, probably for Zverev. Like
in my
Turin,
opinion,
he was able
yes.
to overwhelm Zverev, but it's not exactly faster here. Like the night conditions are slower. I'm not saying it actually is okay, like, or not. Maybe this gives him a slightly better chance to outplay Alcaraz if he's just a little sloppy and hitting a lot of forehand errors, and then just defending. That could be a bit of an edge to Zverev. So it kind of goes back and forth. I definitely like Zverev's chances against Alcaraz the most on course like in Turin, for example. This is like neither, of course, in neither real way like similar. So yeah. I think it's fine. Like it's not gonna be a major point of discussion. I think after this match that they played at night, and if they played during the day, it would be different.
It also depends on the particular moment. For example, in Turin, also first match there. I don't know why, but I know why, but I was sensing that Zverev could have taken that one, for example. Here, despite this start, it has become, a little bit different. It's likely that Zverev wins a set, especially now. It's only one break, but still
it's the chances are looking fairly good right now.
Yeah, a pretty way start, but not because of the break that can happen. Alcaraz, still has really to get into the match right now. But also fair play to Zverev because he entered in the right way.
Do we think? I mean, it seems that the match so far, or at least Zverev's lead so far, seems to have been characterized more by Alcaraz missing than by Zverev being more consistent or hitting more winners or anything like that. Do we think Alcaraz is trying some kind of different game plan? Because again, I would have thought with how much more tired Zverev would be, that Alcaraz could simply blow him from the back of the court, or blow him off the court there, or overwhelm him physically. Where do we think these errors are coming from?
Overrating that physicality aspect, at least
really?
in the early going of the match. Yeah,
true. Maybe early on.
I mean, Zverev is just fine so far. Like Alcaraz has definitely missed a couple of aggressive forehands in the second game. Otherwise, on the Zverev serve, he had like no real way of getting into it. There was that great point to break as well from Zverev, where he actually stepped into the court, took the forehand a bit earlier, a bit more aggressively. I don't think it's a factor from the very first game.
I agree. Also, honestly, Zverev is, I think, one of the top players I trust the most from that physical part endurance, the ability of recovery.
He needs to be, because he loses so many sets, so he needs to be.
Yeah. No,
He gets practice.
That's kind of true.
But in general, it's rare that I've really seen him. Yes, US Open, he was definitely, fatigued. But generally, it's rare that I see him really struggling from that part.
True. I guess I ask because sometimes I feel, certainly when I play tennis, and this is, of course, no comparison point to a professional, that if I am tired, it can also take me a set to kind of actually warm up. The warm-up process can be a lot longer, and you can, that feeling of lactic acid going away and physicality can take longer to come. So I don't know. For myself, I feel sometimes it takes a while for me to get into a match if I'm tired. But yeah.
I just don't think he's tired yet. Like, really.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that big a deal, I think. I know he's played a lot, but
No,
he
doesn't look
did
at all tired.
fine in every single match. Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, it also, one thing is play, 4 hour, 30 minutes against Sinner, like he did at the US Open. Another thing is to do it, for example, second round. He had a long second round, but then you have a lot of time to recover. A different thing is that maybe let's imagine that today he wins in 5 sets, a very, very long battle, and then he has to play Medvedev, and then it may become a factor, in my opinion.
If he wins in 5 today, he's not winning the semi. Yeah. Not that Medvedev looked very good physically today, but I think it would still be too much. I think we are sort of around that point of where it just becomes too much. But first set here, I don't think he's really impacted at all. Actually, Matthew in the chat was going even stronger than you. So he said, can Zverev take more than 3 games in any set?
Well, he's very close at this point.
It's very. I mean, 30-all, as I see it, 30-all. Yeah. I think we can conclude, even if he doesn't, he certainly can.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to hold one more time to do it.
Exactly.
in this first set.
I was sadly, well, half sadly, I know, I was fast asleep for the Medvedev Hurkacz match earlier. How did that go? What would your summary be? Is there anything, like, why did Hurkacz lose ultimately?
Honestly, like, he kind of just didn't use the momentum advantage that he built up for himself after sets 2 and 4. This was around Medvedev's physical crises.
Yeah.
Crises. Jesus, what a word. Anyway, around the time when he had some physical ups and downs, let's call it that. And by the way, that's a great forehand down line from Zverev.
That was amazing.
He is hitting through it so far. And what I'm trying to say is that at the end of set 2, especially maybe the last few games, that was when Medvedev for the first time started showing some real signs of exhaustion. And then the third set starts. Hurkacz drops a random service game out of nowhere, has a chance to break back right away. Love 40, he doesn't take it. And that love 40 was also like after 2 double faults for Medvedev. So he was really given a helping hand there. He doesn't take it. He comes back in the 4th set. He actually plays for a while. He plays really aggressive. The inside in forehand goes to the net. Lots of pressure on Medvedev. So he again sort of has all the momentum in his hands going into set 5. Starts first as well. And then also just doesn't really take advantage of it. So I would say Medvedev kind of just, paced himself a bit better, managed to play the match and like manage that physicality that he had sort of in question a little better than Hurkacz just managed his nerves and the general sort of flow of the match, which doesn't seem like much, but it was a really tight battle. Like this was literally a lottery match where Medvedev just won the important points. I mean, Hurkacz as a whole, I think, won 10 more points than Medvedev, which isn't that big a lead, but still, it kind of tells you that there definitely has to be some moments where he could have capitalized on that. And it wasn't like a vote of confidence that Medvedev is going through, definitely not. But I guess he sort of just emerged as the more mentally resilient player and just someone with more experience as well at these stages, at best of 5 play as well.
So obviously you say he looks, well, he had his physicality issues, and I'd heard about them earlier as well. And he said, I think in the interview afterwards, that he is drained. Do we think the semi-final is going to be a bit of a blowout, or do we think he'll have
If
time to
Alcaraz
recover?
gets there, possibly. If Zverev, maybe they will both be
possibly not.
dead. So.
then we'll have some kind of unfit slugfest. Yes, who knows?
It's always a slugfest anyway between them. Like it's an absolutely horrible matchup. We've had it like 5 times last year, and it was unwatchable every single time. I absolutely hate it, and I hope that it never happens again. Which includes
strong opinions.
It here.
No, I understand.
Well, Zverev is looking really good for that 4th game. That for sure.
And coming forward.
I don't know
for
that 6th game.
Yeah.
It's not the Zverev from the Nori match, which is what he needs. It's pretty funny that he can like really just BS his way through the first 4 rounds, but then actually, of course, it's just 5 games. It's just 5 games, but like, can't you play like this all the time?
Well, it's sort of the Jokovic approach, isn't it? Have you sort of used the first round of the tournament as a warm-up for the final, isn't it?
Yeah, but not in this way. Not in this way.
Zverev doesn't get to the final.
No,
one of them gets to the final, the other doesn't, right? So.
Yeah, but also, it's not in that way. Zverev went through 2, deciding to set tiebreaks in these first 4 rounds. So, Djokovic is usually, at times he may lost a set. He may have maybe to save some break points in the 3rd. He was against Popirin, but then usually, for example, if he goes 2-1 up in the early rounds, it's very rare that he drops the 4th and then the match goes to a 5th.
Agreed. I've seen a comment here addressing me from Srihari. Medvedev looked totally gassed at the beginning of the 5th, but held on until he broke towards the very end, and it was clutch closing it out. Well, glad he's being clutch. He would certainly need that going onwards, but yeah.
Srihari, this loss was not tough for me. People keep coming into the chat and saying that this was probably so tough for you to swallow. I don't give it. Damn. Damn is fine to say on YouTube, right? Damn is fine. I wanted to use another word, but damn is fine, I think. I don't know. Anyway, we've never been taken down, and I've been on a lot of these, so apparently it's fine. But yeah, no, Srihari, I don't really care. I don't actively root for Hurkacz whatsoever. I'm interested in how he plays. I'm interested in how the match was won, but I'm not rooting for him more than other players.
Srihari, I see you've said that's such an insult to Novak. Yeah, sorry you feel that way, but I would say it's not an insult really, because to say that someone uses a tournament to warm up, I would say that's extremely efficient. I mean, we've seen, for the last 10 years or so, Djokovic hasn't used a warm-up event really for the grass before Wimbledon, and it's been incredibly effective. And it actually, I think, shows how good he is, that he doesn't need a warm-up event often, and that he can play badly in opening rounds and still be clutch and make it work. So I'm not sure that is an insult, but I take your point.
Well, by the way, 2018 Queens, Mallorca. But yeah, I think Srihari mostly is referring to you comparing him to Zverev, because Srihari is not a big fan of the guy.
No.
It's a bit of a euphemism. It's a bit of a euphemism, yeah, but he's not a big fan of the guy.
Yeah, by the way, it's still very, very early, but so far this first set is kind of remembering me from Alcaraz side. The first set of that French Open 2022 quarterfinal. He's spreading so many mistakes with the forehand so far. He needs to recover pretty quickly.
That was of course a big win for Zverev. His first top 10 his first top 10 scalp at the Slams.
That's right.
And sort of a match that showed us Alcaraz isn't ready yet, which you would hope that 2 years later that sort of performance can't happen to him anymore. But of course, Zverev started pretty well as well, so we'll see how this goes. But yeah, of course, the timing isn't as good as against Kecmanovic so far, where he was just flying.
Yeah, I mean, of course, two totally different opponents in terms also of,
if Zverev is in his passive mode, then pretty similar maybe. But if Zverev is playing like that, then it's a different weight of shot for sure. Well, but yeah, an error like this isn't really caused by Zverev though.
A mistake from Zverev. He got into the rally.
Yeah, the point before, Alcaraz made a very bad unforced error on the forehand. I felt he was holding things being slightly more consistent and calm on that point.
So Shrihari actually wants Medvedev Zverev. He might be the only person on the planet who does, but he says that 11-3, right, for Daniil since 2019. So obviously, as a Medvedev fan, he wants to see it again.
Well, not the most entertaining 6 games of my life so far.
No, it's a bit of an error fest. It would be good to have some stats, wouldn't it, on where most errors have come from. It seems to me both of them are making slightly more on their forehands, but that might just be what I've seen in this game.
We have these stats on the Australian Open website. In fact, there's this nice stroke summary section, which kind of divides all the shots that the players play into like ground strokes, volleys, and etc. Basically, ground strokes, of course, are the most important. And in fact, I will in a second locate that.
Yeah, but that's good.
But yeah, obviously, you're right. Like we don't even need the stats. I guess we know that it's true, but we might as well look at them anyway. Oh, unless it's not working, which
oh, is it not?
So far, yeah. So far it's telling me that Alcaraz has only hit one backhand in this match, and that's the only shot that has been hit.
I mean, I said I thought there'd been quite a few forehands, but
yeah, no, it's not working properly. This has been actually the case most of the fortnight that it's been struggling, but I thought in the later rounds they will get it. And in fact, today I was checking. What's the match? Hurkacz Medvedev. Yeah, I was checking some stats there, and finally that section on the live scoring feature was working. Also, I later checked Jokovic Fritz. I was curious about something, and it was also fine, but apparently not now, at least for this match, not yet.
Maybe it'll get better in second set onwards.
Yeah, I mean, to answer to the question, for sure, at this point, of course, it's very important because he's more or less, outplaying Carlos in this first game. So he's built some momentum. He's up break, and now he has a chance to go up a double break. So of course, if he somehow manages to lose this set, would of course be. And also from physical aspect, we know that I agree with Damien that Zverev is not still fatigued, but of course losing the first set will mean that he will going then to win 3 out of the next 4, and that can really be pretty tough. So for sure, I think that probably this first set is more important. It's even more important for him than for Carlos, given the fact that Carlos should be for sure fresher going into the match.
And also, if Zverev were to lose his first set from this point, then it would be fairly devastating. Like as circumstances
Yeah,
are
but
currently,
the break
that would
has
be-
come. The break has come. So now he's
the other
going
break
to
has
have
come.
win another forehand mistake from Alcaraz. So now
Yes.
Zverev will have 2 chances to serve for the first set.
Yeah, I mean momentum. I don't know how you understood it, but like for me, maybe it means that like because he has to be so confident in his forehand that he's usually not, and he has to like play a bit outside of his comfort zone, which shouldn't be outside of his comfort zones, very. But well, he's done it to himself. But because he needs that, maybe just maintaining that high confidence that he's been playing with so far, instead of just maintaining, the positive energy for him would be more important. But yeah, of course, now that he's 5-1 up, that kind of is out of the window. Like he kind of needs to win this set in order to have the match, because yeah, if he just loses this from 5-1 up, then probably it's over. But yeah, 6-1 would be really good for him, especially with these things that we mentioned earlier. Time spent on court, a 6-1 set in about 30 minutes, that would be a perfect start for him, and it's been a perfect start for him. Regardless of the Alcaraz errors, like some of the pass that he hit here at deuce.
Oh yes, that's for sure.
He's really, it's literally like some of the best version of Zverev you can really get right now.
Yep.
It's just a question of whether it will be maintained in the long run. Sean not too pleased about it though.
Is that Alcaraz being stupid, trying to go for one single-handed backhand pass, or is that him trying to actually relax?
I mean, I know he's 1-5, but I don't think the ball was like that tough in order for him not to have time. Yeah,
agreed.
Oh
well, he's young. He'll learn.
Yeah, I mean he had even last year. I mean, at times this kind of moments in throughout some matches.
Yeah, and this forehand return just sort of gives up on the set already.
Yeah.
Like no.
Oh, and that's a very bad drop shot. But I mean, the score was already, quite compromised.
Yeah, but going for a drop shot, and when Zverev was right out the court and everything shows Alcaraz to miss it by that much is really feeling the pressure. It did not have to be that good.
Yeah, that's true. Like it could have been 10 times worse and still giving him the point. But yeah, it seems like he's not really in it mentally anymore in the set. So
yeah, and Zverev just closes it out with an ace. So 6-1, 29 minutes.
Yeah, goodness.
Honestly, a 5-setter at this rate, even a 5-setter at this rate, and he might not be that tired for the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean,
this was 29 minutes.
Yeah,
Jokovic Fritz yesterday were probably at like 2 games all.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they were, in fact. Yeah,
because the first game was 16 minutes. So
exactly.
Good was it? No, I saw the second half of that match, and all I felt was just Djokovic turning the screw more and more. Didn't see the beginning then.
Then you missed the best performance of Taylor Fritz's life. Close to it, at least.
No, winning Indian Wells, surely.
Well, I'm just talking
I don't know.
The quality.
I don't know.
I'm just, I would say he really has nothing to regret yesterday.
No, for sure.
Yeah, but even quality-wise, we can argue about the Indian Wells performances. I mean, they were good, but
yes,
the final was a bit of a mess. Both injured. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Just looking
So
at the stats now, Alcaraz, winners 2, unforced errors 11. That is shockingly bad.
yeah, we saw it.
Yeah,
We
I
did.
mean, he won 11 points to Zverev's 29. So, well,
Yeah, I mean, it's
11, Ashley,
you
if
know,
that's what you're
you
asking.
you understand
How
it.
many points did Carlos win? That said 11.
You
If
understand it
that's what you were.
also because this set ended 6-1, and Zverev, yeah, played well, but it's not like he played out of his mind. So
Yeah,
that
I mean,
basically,
it wouldn't be a 6-1 set if Carlos wasn't horrible, but
True.
yeah, he did start well anyway.
Oh, so both of you, your predictions are still looking shaky, but still fine. My prediction is out.
yeah,
the window
your
here.
has failed totally.
Both of mine
Yeah.
have failed. Not just one, but both of them have. No,
No more than five games in a set, right? Yeah.
yeah, no, definitely more than that. Comfortably more.
Yeah, of course, an important game now started in the right way.
I feel like Zverev Medvedev semi would also be a little disappointing in terms of the potential final and how Djokovic and Sinner would feel like a very big favorite then going into it.
Yes, but it may also depend, what we're going to see also in the semis, and then maybe it can change a little bit. I think that I don't know why, but I still think that a lot of things can happen. In terms also of the length of the matches, the physical price that all these players still have to pay to get there. I still think that, of course, we're in Melbourne, so in my mind, Djokovic looks still as, in my opinion, a heavy favorite, but maybe I may be wrong.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would argue about the use of the word heavy, but I would stick with the favorite, yes.
No, I mean, for me, at this point of the tournament, heavy means even that we approach the match with a 60-40 but because of course the quality of the player is up there. I mean, so I don't think we can expect very, very big blowouts, at least in that Djokovic Sinner semi.
In
Even
the
if it's
semi, no. In the final, I wouldn't
yeah,
count against it.
yeah, the final, it's already I'm still trying to think step by step.
Especially if it's gonna be Zverev or Medvedev, I really wouldn't count it out that the final might be a little disappointing then for either Djokovic or Sinner making it.
But if it were
But we'll see.
Djokovic, Alcaraz, and if Alcaraz somehow scrapes through this match but shows this form in the final, I wouldn't bet on that being an interesting one either with Djokovic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he's gonna play like that. Probably not. I do just have this feeling that it will be like Wimbledon, which means that I'm not saying Alcaraz will win, but I'm just saying that the conditions favor Novak. But if someone actually is going to like trouble him while not playing that well, or like while not maybe having the best chance on paper, then like Alcaraz might be struggling to get to the final, but once they actually play, he'll push him. That's my feeling. Whereas Medvedev, I just have PTSD after the US Open final, and
Agreed.
I will never back Medvedev to beat Djokovic again.
The only thing I mean, I fully agree with that. I think Alcaraz has the best chance. I think it comes down to, has Alcaraz got over the Cincinnati trauma? And I'm not convinced he has. I think not only the conditions, but also that history specifically weighs so much more strongly on him than how wonderful Wimbledon was for him.
I don't believe in the Cincinnati trauma, but yeah, that's
No,
just
me
a
neither.
question of opinion. So
I don't know why. Me neither. I feel like okay, it was um, why a trauma. In the end,
Because
if he looks at the big picture, he had just won the Wimbledon final. Yeah, of course,
Mhm.
it may be disappointing to lose a match that way, but in the end, he played a good match, and then he fell short. And in the end, you had just won Wimbledon. So why have a trauma because you have lost that final, even if in that way?
I don't mean a huge trauma. I mean a trauma insofar as in those key moments, is he able to rely on himself? And it is also more recent. We know this is what Djokovic does. He's amazing in those key
Yeah, yeah,
clutch
yeah.
moments. And
But
once you've been
I would
victim
have
to it, you won't
probably
forget it.
I would have probably believed in that if probably they would have met in the U.S. Open, already. Maybe I would have think probably the psychological side is favorable to Novak, and maybe is going to win this one. But time has passed, so I don't really believe that it can be a factor anymore.
Well, let's see if they meet in the final. We'll maybe have an idea.
yeah, it depends how you look at it. Like, I know it might be tough at first, but I think over time you should be able to look at that Cincinnati final just as like, I mean, I played 4 hours against the guy. It was like one of the best matches, well, at least one of the best sets of all time, maybe even. Like, yeah, what's the point really? Like the fact that I lost it doesn't actually mean all that much.
Yeah, exactly.
We went to the third set tiebreak and I started cramping. Like, what's really the big deal about it? The fact that he doesn't have the 400 points or the prize money or the Cincinnati trophy. I think
No.
when you're Carlos Alcaraz, no. So he's also beaten Djokovic in that EXO. I know it's an exhibition, but they still were going at each
Yeah.
other.
They
I
were
think
going.
both probably still consider each other like the main threat for the whole year overall. Which although
Agreed.
Sinner might enter the picture very soon, and they definitely didn't want to lose to one another. So I think it is a bit of a mental win for Carlos there in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, I'm not saying that that's going to be like a major aspect of the final, but it might help with that. It might help with
Yeah,
that.
I don't know why, but some time ago, I was believing more in these psychological things in these matchups, but in the end, mm, it also comes to very very much more than just the um, how you enter the court psychologically, talking about your previous encounters. I think that the fact that you have beaten him in the Wimbledon final, even if you then lost twice to him in the next two matches, official matches you played, I still think that that should be quite enough to tell you that okay, I'm there, I can beat him, so why not do it again.
Yeah, but
That's
I don't think
my view.
I don't think that's the only thing that you'll be considering though if you're playing against Djokovic, because you know of how Djokovic psychologically owns so many players. You don't want to become a group, part of the group of people against whom they've had match points against Djokovic and he saves it, and then they don't have chances in the 10 following matches, for example, or stuff like that. I think the pressure on anyone playing Djokovic is to become part of that group that Djokovic doesn't have to try particularly hard against because they've already lost the match before they come onto court. I think that's also the pressure in the back of
I don't
people's
know if
minds.
that's a thing for someone like Alcaraz. Like, it's a thing
I
for maybe for someone who's, I don't know, top 20 in the world and basically is
Yeah,
a huge
exactly.
underdog anytime they play. But like, Alcaraz has to be so full of himself, and you kind of have to be. You kind of have to be at
Oh,
this
you need to
level.
be egotistic, yes. Yeah, will that be enough though?
Of course, he might just lose, regardless of all of these things.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
that's for
if
sure.
he were to lose, that wouldn't actually necessarily prove anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe the style in which he lost, we'll see, but we'll see if he even get the match. I mean, he's making like some pretty weird calls here, even the approach at the first spin of the game. But well, he won the point, so who am I to complain? Has Carlos tried any drop shots yet? Sean was asking. Yeah, there was the backhand one. I think just a second ago there was another one. Like 2 or 3, not necessarily to great success.
Yeah, then it also depends on when you play those drop shots. When he did that one on 5-1 30 love, in my opinion, doesn't really mean anything.
He didn't care at that point. Like his head wasn't in it for sure.
Yeah.
Which isn't a great. I mean, it's not great. Like you shouldn't really throw away sets, I guess, even when you're 1-5 down. But well.
But it's also not the worst time if you are about to lose it to practice.
Yeah.
Something.
If you are love 40 down on return and you go for something new, try something different. Yeah, I guess that's fine. If you're 1-5 down, the same.
Drop shots can be symptomatic of either you're extremely tired or you're feeling great and confident and can do anything. And currently, Alcaraz is not in either of those mindsets.
Maybe he's getting there. These two opening service games were a touch cleaner. He's serving first in the second set. Let's see if Zverev can just keep up the quality of serving that he has had so far.
What do we think? And this has probably been discussed ad infinitum before me about the whole serving first in the set, because is it not right that it's one of those things where everyone thinks it's an advantage, but statistically you don't really have an advantage? Is it something like that, or am I wrong?
Tiny advantage.
It is a tiny advantage. I see.
Yeah, but mentally it can help. If you're serving first and it's 5-4, obviously you're in a better position.
Yeah,
that also means you've already won 5 games, and the other guy has only won 4. So maybe you don't even get to 5-4. I guess what basically the reason why it's only a tiny advantage is that most sets aren't getting to this point. But
that's true.
Well, basically, yeah, if I'm 5-4 up or 6-5 up, it's so much better than being 4-5 or 5-6 down, right? These games
honestly,
these games tend to be crucial.
So in a serve fest, the ones
honestly, let's say like that. I mean, when I was playing, for me it made a difference in that moment. If I was about to serve a 4-5 down, was way. The feeling is way different than when you're going to serve on 4-all and you hold and then you go up 5-4. Of course, but still, but still, I think that, for example, when players are about to close out a set, I don't think that they think that much about, I'm going to serve first or second in the next one.
No. Probably not. No, not to this extent. But yeah, me personally, I also feel like a lot more confident when I'm serving first.
That's for sure.
Just to have that game on the board, and then I can go after the returns a bit more, simply because I know that nothing wrong is going to happen.
I completely agree that it's nice when you've got that game on the board. But also, I would say, for me at least, if you're coming out in a deciding set and you're playing and you serve first, it's great once you've got that lead, but getting that lead is also fairly horrible. So if I had a choice, sometimes, if you get to the stage where the opponent's serving at 4-5, great. But when it's 0-0, I might well be happier returning at that point and not having the pressure to get that game on the board first. I might feel initially more relaxed as a returner, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah, of course, pressure situation
as well.
There are always pressure situation,
Yes.
Of course, when you are like mentioning a deciding set, so it's impossible to imagine that you're serving first and there's no pressure on you. But still, if you're going to make the answer to this, I would prefer to serve first. And in case, I then get to that situation in which I hold, or it's over for me. You know.
Agreed.
Yeah. Also, if you serve first, of course, and you get broken, you're only losing by 2 games. Whereas if you hold first, or if you're
Yes.
returning first and you
Yeah, it was
get
for sure a
broken, you're
bigger.
basically losing by 3, which kind of matters as well. Not only
Yeah,
psychologically, but also if you break back, for example, the
No,
opponent
the
is
whole-
serving at 5-3, you still need to hold. So
But this is the continuation of the you're down 1 break, but you're down 3 love, or you're down 1 break and you're down 2-1. 3 love is definitely worse, or feels worse.
but yeah, the statistical advantage, you'd feel that it should be bigger than it is, but it's not.
No, John. No, to answer your question, Zverev still has to, to risk to get broken yet.
He's cruising through his games fairly easily, you feel.
Also, something that Shihari said, at the same time, it will also depend on the opponent. If I were playing someone who I know is not a great server, I'd want to jump to a break lead to start the match. And yeah, actually, it's been a trendy peak, right, for players to actually choose return on the coin toss. Perhaps like the past 10 years or so, it's become very prevalent as people just know that the first 1-2 games on serve can be pretty shaky, and they want to like look for a break lead early. And yeah, it's pretty common right now for players to do it. Of course, first set, I would argue it matters less than
Yeah, exactly.
than in the decider, for example. I would love to serve first in the decider. If I'm not on the verge of losing the match, I don't care that much about it.
Yeah, I mean, then of course, right now, for example, we don't have anymore those thing about the deciding set in majors when he was going to the distance. And then for me, psychologically, the difference would have been pretty huge. Then I don't know what are the stats from those kind of matches, but probably the difference would have widened in those cases. I don't know, but at least from a psychological effect, it matters in my opinion. Then you still may feel super pressure psychologically and still be able to win. So, but
Sean, you wanted the
there's
Alcaraz drop shots, and there's a pretty
There they
fabulous
go.
one here down the line. Also,
Sean,
he seems to be like loosening it up a lot
little
more.
bit. There's also a fun thing you said, Sean. Choosing return is also a power move, saying I don't think much of your serve. The problem is that choosing return can also say I don't think much of my serve.
Maybe, yeah. It is a bit of a power move, yeah. Like you said, you tell the opponent, "I want to look for a break early." Yeah, well, that's more or less what you're saying. I'm banking on the set not going until like 5-0 without breaks. I want to get a break early.
Is this the first time that Alcaraz has had 40 love on serve? Or okay, he's held actually. Sorry, was that the first love hold? I'm guessing.
How about the previous game? Maybe
Not sure.
2-1.
Need to pay more attention.
No, I think that he was 40 love, but I think he held to 15, maybe, if I remember correctly.
Something like that. But yeah, he's definitely loosened up a bit. But as for laying the glove, no, that has not happened yet.
Yeah. So far, just no chances for the player who was who was returning in this second set so far.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like Zverev has had to do much for that anyway. Like basically just blast the serve about 5 times a game, and so far it's working. Of course, his percentages usually are extremely high, which probably is the case here as well. Yeah, 84%, 21 first serves made, 4 second serves only.
Yeah.
So that helps, of course, needless to say. He also hasn't lost a second serve point, but obviously with that sort of sample size, it's not yet a relevant stat.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Jack.
Hi.
It's a party now.
How are we all doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good to hear it, Mario.
All well.
Same for me.
Not as good as Alexander Zverev so far, but yeah, pretty okay.
What have you guys been saying about the match? Do you think Zverev's the favourite at the moment?
Ooh, good point.
Probably quite even at this point, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that, yeah.
I still have a bit of an anchor bias to my, saying he would win initially, I think. But no, I still see Alcaraz coming through.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. Definitely feel the same way. I feel like Zverev played pretty well for that first set, but there was a little bit of a rusty start for Alcaraz, I would have said. I don't think it was all Zverev.
Well, for sure, but like the margin is now so much smaller for Alcaraz, right?
Yeah, I do think maybe this is just my Zverev. I wouldn't say too much. I'll just say there is a stat that the 5 sets against top 10 players for Zverev that isn't coincidental. I don't think, and I do think that. I do think
one of these is against Alcaraz, though. One of these is against Alcaraz.
Yeah, one of them. I think that was the first one, right? And then there's just the second one against Yannick Sinner last year at the US Open.
Yep.
I think that's it, though, out of about 15, 16 maybe.
2 and 13 or 14, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I don't think it's coincidental.
But he is playing unlike Zverev, He is playing unlike Zverev.
Well, but this is the first time maybe that Alcaraz does have a glove in the game. 15-30, Alcaraz having extremely good aggression there, working effectively.
Yeah, finally able to put Zverev on the back foot. Zverev slicing his forehand a few times,
and Alcaraz got his forehand into the point. He was really managed to accelerate through the cross-court one.
Yeah. On the feed, we're seeing some speeds on that, and that's 153, that's 130. Then we don't see the speed. I don't like this view. I feel like it doesn't really give us all that much.
It's great if you only want to know depth, but yeah,
and it's too quick to really learn something.
For the first time,
there's a wee bit of shape as well, though, right? You can kind of see the shape of the ball a bit more than you could in other stats, right?
I think you can see the shape actually better from the usual camera than from sky high. From this sort of sky view, it just all becomes very one-dimensional.
Good break point there. I thought as soon as I saw Zverev going for an overhead, he's got a little bit of a Djokovic-ism in that sense.
But I have to say that I see so many Djokovic and overheads, really. So many, considering the fact that it has usually seen, when you mistake that, it is usually seen as a huge mistake. Of course, most of them goes into the court.
Of course. Yeah, it's like a bit of a meme, but he's not actually the worst player at that, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Compared to the rest of his abilities, maybe. But...
Yeah.
I wonder how far behind or ahead I am at the moment. I'm watching this breakpoint unfold. We're pretty deep into the rally.
Then you are definitely ahead of me.
So just say now when the point ends, and then we'll have an idea.
That was me. That noise was when the point ended.
Oh, geez.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I need to reload. No, sure.
I might take out a stream that's pretty fast, but that's not how I was expecting it to end.
No, likewise, that was definitely a chance. Alcaraz in attack on a break point. You'd have fancied his chances.
Yeah, this thing of Alcaraz having never won a match from 2 sets to love down. To be honest, I think it's just a matter of time, and he will. He's got the physicality.
Out
he's
of
got the mentality.
I know, it's a very good point. It's a very good point.
How many times did he go to... John says as well that how many times did he go to sets to love down? Yeah. And I think Shikari earlier said something similar, like that... who was it? That Alcaraz has never beaten Zverev from a set down, or the other way around?
I think so.
And it's not a meaningful stat. It's not.
Yeah, so there's
statistical patterns like this. Really, I find them quite meaningless.
Also, I think that it's way different to go a set down in best of 3, of course, and to go a set down in best of 5. Yeah. So also, there should be a very big rivalry to then, separate best of 3 and best of 5 matches, and then, see, it's difficult.
He's lost the first 2 sets of a best of 5 match 6 times. And he's lost all 6.
Small sample.
Yeah, it was Wimbledon 2022
Once was able
one of them.
Once was able only to turn it around to the 5th and lost that deciding set tiebreak to Berrettini at the Australian Open 2 years ago. But yeah,
let's
basically
put it into context as well. Obviously, that Berrettini match was quite a good one. Out of 54 best of 5 matches, he's dropped the first 2 sets 6 times.
That is pretty strong.
It's pretty strong.
And only since winning his first Grand Slam title, he's only had 1 match like this, which essentially, like, if you're going down to sets to love, 90% of the time, it's going to mean that, well, you kind of have no chance of winning the match because you're not better than your opponent.
It is interesting though, because I know Novak and Rafa, Novak used to have a pretty poor record, having dropped the first 2 sets, and it's only kind of in recent years that he's kind of clawed that record back. And then Rafa's isn't great. I think he's maybe
Rafa's is not good.
Yeah, it's like 3 matches, maybe 3 or 4 matches.
I think Federer throughout his career, I think he roughly averaged 1-2 sets to love come back every year and a half or something like that. I think he did it 10 or 11 times.
Possible.
Maybe.
He has like 9 or 10.
Yeah,
I think maybe like 8 at the slams plus 1 Davis Cup or something like that. But basically with Rafa, I think it's also misleading because at Roland Garros, so his best slam, so the one where theoretically he should be like improving these stats, he never goes to sets.
He never goes. And if he does, he's injured and he loses anyway.
Wait. Once? Yeah, he did it once. He did that once against Jokovic. So basically, he can't improve these stats at his favorite slam. So it's very hard for him to actually have a lot of comebacks from 2 sets.
He came back from 2 sets love down against Djokovic at the French Open.
No, he dropped. That's the only time he's dropped the first 2 sets, I think, Darius.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
which is
yes, it was the 2015.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you look at the men's record holder from having come back from 2 sets to love down, you start to understand.
How it
tends to happen. Andy Murray, of course, has come back from 2 sets to love down 11 times.
I think Hewitt is also very high.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's an impressive thing.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, especially talking about Alcaraz and Zverev, we know how different they used to play during, for example, the first week of the major. So of course I'm expecting Zverev maybe to even end his career with more of these wins than Carlos.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. I don't know how many Zverev has right now, actually. But
for example, I don't know how many, but just 2021. He goes to, French Open semifinal, but he starts the tournament coming back from 2 love down against Otte, for example. I
forgot about that. But yeah, Otte was like so dead in the next 3 sets. But I guess that's the intensity of playing Zverev, right? Like he wasn't ready for it. But I completely forgot about that match. Yeah.
So I think it's quite interesting. If you look at Zverev dropped the first 2 sets 18 times.
Wow.
Throughout his career. And he's played 120 matches. So actually it's not awful. It's about 10% of his matches he drops the first 2 sets. That's pretty good.
Carreño Busta as well, the US Open. Yeah, that's a pretty obvious one. The semi. And Sebastian Baez at the French. That was all gettable, I guess. But just 3 times. But then again, 3 out of 18 is actually very strong, right?
In that one.
3 out of 18 is actually really strong. Against Baez, he saved the match point? I didn't remember that.
Yeah, in the 5th set.
He did. Yeah.
Okay.
So he should have just dropped that point and he wouldn't have been out 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
No, it was a mean thing to say.
You're okay, Mario. And speaking of the Alcaraz drop shots, he goes for it. He doesn't land it.
And it was read really well. Zverev saw it and was already running in.
Yeah, Zverev was already like far into the court. Hour on the clock.
How do you guys see the Alcaraz-Zverev matchup? Do you think it's coincidental that Zverev is 1-4? Do you think it's all his serve, or do you think there's something else going on from the baseline that is actually bothering Alcaraz?
I mean, you've got 2 matches from 2021, which I don't look at because that makes no sense. Turin, where the conditions were like super favorable to Zverev and not to Alcaraz, and was the 4th loss that he had.
What
to
a mistake!
Roland Garros. So at Roland Garros, he just wasn't ready yet, to.
That was an awful mistake.
Yeah, but for me,
Zverev misses that.
Means that even if I think that Alcaraz should still be in favor of this matchup probably later on, but still probably means that Zverev still has usually that kind of consistency from the baseline and solidity that when Alcaraz is not in a good day, and then it becomes it can become tricky.
Well, that's what happened at the French, but you would like to believe that right now, a couple of years later, that's not really a viable game plan to Zverev anymore, that he actually needs to, trust his shots and not play like against Nori, which so far he hasn't been. So
I'll be back in a second.
That.
I've got someone knocking at the door.
Yeah, but I still think that Alcaraz at times, I still consider the possibility that Alcaraz plays a bad match right now. I'm still not over that phase. Even if it happens, of course, way fewer times than, of course, 2 years ago. But
I do think the matchup's fairly similar to Medvedev, but the fact that Zverev just doesn't sit as far back is a problem. So what I mean by that is there's a big serving going on. There's rally temperament going on that could bother Alcaraz, but the fact that Medvedev's just so much deeper in the court gives him so many more options. So it's almost like a better version of Medvedev, I would say, against him.
It's not a bad way to look at it, no. Then again, if they play like in Turin, then it gets completely different. But yeah, it's Turin. It's the fastest court on tour for some reason. So.
Oof, that was a nice exchange.
Really nice.
Now we are looking at a potentially crucial point of the match.
Absolutely.
And I guess even you guys from 2 sets to love down will not be too confident.
No.
Maybe it's Alcaraz who won't get to 6 games in a set.
Wow, this baby was.
That baby bet on Alcaraz to win.
Ooh, unlucky. It's a break.
Yeah. And it's not an early break. So.
I don't know what was unlucky about it, to be honest.
Zverev asked the question there, coming forward. Do we think, as Sean is suggesting, should Carlos be coming to net more against Zverev?
That's what I was kind of I was gonna talk about that because it's almost like it works really well against Medvedev, but Zverev's not quite as far back.
That easy. Heat's heavier as well than Medvedev. Like there's so much more spin on it. It's not super obvious. You can't just rush it.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is that he has to play at a higher level from the baseline to try to put Zverev into more difficult situations. To then
and then you can go to the net.
Yeah. So far, it's not really happening that often, especially the first set. I mean, if you just miss, the +1, and then you kind of have no chance coming to the net. So I think that the quality impacts the statistic a lot.
Yeah, he's been at the net like 15 times, right? But it will be hard to like up it significantly and
exactly.
have it work out for you. Zverev is actually fairly good on the pass. And actually in the first set, he hit this ridiculous forehand down the line. You can't just rush there and sort of pray.
Yeah, it's like, the serve and volley against Medvedev. Of course, it's a thing that can work, but you still have to serve in a certain way to find a good percentage of your first serves. So it's not like every player is able to do it. Like some people suggest, like, why it's not that more players come to the net, serve and volley against Medvedev to beat him. It's not that easy as people may suggest.
That's what Medvedev always says, but I think he's like a little underestimating actually that the ability of the other players to
that's right.
attack
That's
him.
right. But still.
By the way, I don't know if you guys watched. You didn't, Darius, but Jack, I don't know if you watched Medvedev against Hurkacz, but like Medvedev was actually turning pretty close to the baseline, like pretty close for his standards. Like 3 meters on the first serve, and then like almost on the baseline on the second serve.
Yeah, I saw it, and I think that he also explained the choice. I don't remember if it was press conference. I think yes. He said that usually the Hurkacz serve just keep going higher and higher because of the way he can serve well, and also the second serve. So it's not that it works that well for him. He thinks to just stay that far behind. That's what he said. Then I don't know if it's that accurate, but it may be.
Zverev holds, by the way. He's going to serve for the second set for a 2-love lead.
Well, he might also break.
He will have the opportunity to serve the set. Yeah.
We've seen crazier comebacks.
We have.
The good thing for Zverev is that this will last like an hour and 20 minutes if he goes into the 2-love lead. So there's even like a possibility of having one weaker set physically and then just coming back to win the 4th or the 5th. So
yeah, I mean, if it ends, yeah, for sure. It's not like, the Jokovic Fritz yesterday that after 2 sets, the physical aspect was that important.
Well, you could say that Carlos is listening to Sean, but like he kind of shouldn't have won the point. Even Zverev just had the open line there with the forehand. He goes cross and gives Carlos the chance to pull off this pretty spectacular volley. But
a surprise tactic, even if it's not perfect, still has the advantage of being surprising, though.
Looks like Zverev's actually doing a pretty good job of rushing Alcaraz on his forehand. It's not really a dynamic I was expecting, but
because he's finally hitting through his forehand, like he's finally going after his shot, and like he does hit a pretty heavy ball. I think this is really the main difference between him and Zverev, him and Medvedev. Like Medvedev will not rush Alcaraz like this. There's no way for him to do it.
It'll be interesting to see how the forehand holds up if he does take a 2-love lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. But still, it worked in sense that he for sure helped you to build a good lead in the match if it manages to close it out.
Lucas Klein had that breakpoint at 4-all in the fourth set. It could have been Lucas Klein smashing Alcaraz right now.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Damien. But it is indeed Zverev. 30-all as well, by the way, so we might not get to see him have to serve for the set.
Maybe it could have been Alex Mickelson. Or maybe it could have been Cam Norrie, the mighty Brit.
Yeah, he played
He might actually get Murray's record, right?
And set point.
Maybe. Big maybe, Damien. Set point. Interesting.
Is your feed that far ahead, or are you just looking at the score somewhere?
No, mine is ahead. It is ahead. I think Mario's same, right?
More or less, but I think that you are a little bit ahead. Me, just a little bit.
Okay, I'll try not to give anything away here.
No, don't worry.
Well, in that case, that's the set.
What a way to end the set.
Going for one of those fake drop shots that, comes in a once in a million rally.
Goodness.
Well, as I say, let's see how the weapons that Zverev's used so far hold up. Alcaraz hasn't had many chances to pull off a comeback like this. I still think it's obviously Zverev's the favourite, but we're not counting out Alcaraz yet.
Cam Norrie's record when losing the first two sets is almost identical to Zverev, 3-16. So, but like this is really his style, right? Like he should be winning a lot of matches like this where he outlasts people. So actually, he hasn't won as many as I maybe thought. But yeah, he's got 3 wins like this.
Alcaraz's level improved a lot in that set from the winners and unforced errors there. 10-10.
Are these I was gonna that stat's relevant as well, of course, Darius, but this stat here, is this stat right? 90% first serves in for Zverev?
Yes. First serve percentage,
possible.
yeah.
Yeah.
And break points
about what you were saying about the winners unforced. Still, it was the first part of the set in which he was kind of finding his groove, going more. Then he got to those 2 break points. Then in the final games, we kind of saw something similar to the first set, actually, in my opinion.
Agreed. No, level drops off, but still, there's something he can take from it insofar as it was an improved set.
Of course, 90 is really high, but like Zverev does hit a ridiculous amount of first serves in general. For the power, for the angles that he's going for.
I know, it's pretty crazy. I did once say it's like the key to his second serve improvements is actually in his first serve improvements. He's just like
not hitting them. Yeah,
exactly. He's just upped his first serve percentage in the last few years and avoided second serves under pressure completely.
Someone asked about this on the stream a couple of days ago, and this was literally what I said. Like, we don't see that issue because he's not hitting second serve. So, where are we going to see it? Does this mean, by the way, that he hit like every single second serve in the second?
Yeah, he won. He's won all of his second serve points so far.
Yeah, but okay. So he lost 2 points each on first serve. I mean, he didn't make the first serve on 2 points each in both sets. Okay, that's what I was talking about. Sorry. He's actually like the last 52 weeks. He's at like 70.7, I think, percent. So it is a big deal to get that to 90. But he actually does this fairly consistently. There's only one player in the top 50 who gets more first serves in.
Should we take a guess?
I actually landed it right, so there's some pressure on you, and I think Vansh, when I asked him, he also hit it right. So
it could be somebody who doesn't have a first serve, maybe Baez.
Yes, it is Sebastian Baez.
There we go.
72%. Yeah.
It was either somebody who had an amazing first serve or somebody who didn't have a first serve whatsoever.
Yeah,
so I was close to going Chris.
I checked that because of Zverev, and I think Zverev actually would have been my first guess. But then when I started thinking about it, I was like, so yeah, some clay courter who probably doesn't have a big serve, plays mostly on clay. Yeah, Sebastian Baez.
Yeah.
And indeed, they are the only two over 70% over the last year or so.
All right, give me a second, guys. I'm going to bow out. I'm going to change my location. I'll be back in just a second. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Hopefully you're back before the match is over.
Yeah, he holds to start in the third set.
Nick Kyrgios was just saying on commentary, Alcaraz has dug himself a big hole. Do you think that's fair, or can we actually lay most of the responsibility for the scoreline with Zverev, not Alcaraz?
I think it's very 50-50.
Yeah.
Zverev has come out with a very different mindset, hitting through the forehand, believing in himself, yes. Then again, of course, it's not been the best performance for Alcaraz. I kind of don't want to see the Twitter reaction after Zverev wins this like 6-1, 6-3, 6-2, you know? These people saying that Alcaraz is over, or like, yeah. I don't really want to see it. I also don't want to see the semi-final. So there's at least a couple of things that I will not be following. Kyrgios must be thinking to himself, wow, how trash this guy is. I would easily beat him any time, any moment of the year if I was healthy.
So I'm the only one I usually use is ambient sound. The option. You know, I never have the commentary unless I am forced to have it.
I usually watch on mute too, and I'm not watching on with commentary right now. No,
I've got commentary, but I can only basically hear it if everyone's silent. So I hear it.
Yeah.
Once
with these streams, it's tougher for sure. Yeah. Anyway, streams I always watch on mute. If I'm watching by myself, depends on what's on my second screen or whatever.
I've got on my laptop here, I've got it playing, but I've also got it Chromecast on the TV behind me, which is about 10 seconds behind. So if I miss it once, I get the chance to see it again.
It's dedication. Keen still sees a 50% chance of Alcaraz winning. That's too harsh on Zverev, I think. Like, even if Alcaraz plays well, this is still a close match then. So, unless, of course, we see some Zverev crumbles and Zverev crumbles moments and.
Yeah, as I always say when I say prediction, that's for me feeling and how to reasonable give prediction is different. Like the win predictor, for sure it's going to be right now having favor of Zverev, but because then maybe someone can still feel about the comeback, but I think that 50% reasonably is very, very high.
Yeah, I still don't know who does that win predictor thing, but yeah, people seem to be obsessed with it, obsessed with saying that, oh, see how wrong it is. Like, of course it's wrong, but like sometimes it's going to be wrong, and it's nothing really. It never says 0%,
Yeah, and then of course, there would be no point in watching the sport if just the win predictor was always right.
Exactly. That's what I tell to people a lot of the time, where they're like they hear on the stream when they're like ask, who's gonna win, usually for betting purposes, and I just say, if we knew, we wouldn't be watching this.
Exactly.
John Jack has texted me. John Jack has texted me. Can you ask John to send me the access code? I don't know exactly what he means, but hopefully you will. Does he just want a link, or does he want like to log in as an admin? I don't know. But maybe you will understand it. So hopefully you will. %70 keen if Carlos wins this set and he's 2-1 down. That again is pretty harsh. I think at 2-1 down we can go to 50%. Of course, that depends on how the set looks and like whether he steals it or whether he is actually like the dominant player. But yeah, I think after 2 sets to 1 down, generally we could go to around 50%. Of course, Zverev isn't the most liked player on the planet right now, so I think that could be factoring in some people's predictions. Whereas Alcaraz on the other hand, of course, is pretty much the opposite.
I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
You managed to get there before the match was over, although Zverev was threatening to end it right there.
He really was.
Was there a break point?
Nah, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I like what Kyrgios said at the start of the commentary, kind of talking about the fact if Zverev's having a good serving day, the rest of his game tends to loosen up a lot. We're kind of seeing that. He's having pretty big swings, particularly in the forehand, but then the backhand just gets even more strengthened. It doesn't really look like he's in danger of missing it today. This is going to be tough.
Maybe that's also what Srihari meant earlier when he said that Zverev is a momentum player.
Yeah. Srihari also saying in the chat, Kyrgios said that Alcaraz is playing horrific tennis. Harsh or not harsh?
Relative to his last match, it's very true.
I mean, both things are true, yes. This is a very different mindset of Zverev than the one against Norrie. And that's the main thing for him, I guess, in general. Because we've said before that there's no actual technical deficiencies in his forehand, or at least not meaningful. And he just doesn't really trust it 90% of the time. But yeah, now he's flowing. The serve, I mean, he's been serving like this all January, I suppose. But well, maybe not to this extent as well. And yeah, just really believes in himself right now. And Alcaraz did definitely play a couple of very poor sets.
I don't know what to think, but I don't believe so. Answering the question.
I think it makes a bit of a difference. I do think that Alcaraz had a particularly easy route to this round. I don't know if Zverev being pushed so much helped, but I do think Carlos maybe came in a little cold. It does look like he's playing below the level you would expect him to take into a quarterfinal.
Matthew, I think that he was tested against Sonego. It's not exactly
exactly.
Let's say Arina Sabalenka, who has been winning everything against 70 minutes. I think it could be a thing sometimes, but I wouldn't maybe point to it today.
Especially on the long term, maybe, we can maybe say this in the first games of the match, or maybe I don't know. I don't really believe it. That's it.
That's got to be one of the worst moves I've just seen from Alcaraz.
Same.
It's almost to prove all the people that are saying Alcaraz is playing badly right, because that was not pretty. I do not know what he was doing, where his mind was. just totally bailed on coming forward, though.
Yeah, but that's true. When you have a match like this, I don't think when you have this kind of scoreline, I think that always both sides are true. If Alcaraz was playing well, I don't think we would have said 6-1, 6-3, even if Zverev would have played well too.
I really like this question from Carlos. From Sean, sorry, asking if Alcaraz has an established B game. I think that's a very relevant question, because I don't think we see him crawling out of sticky situations that much compared to the obvious comparisons, Jokovic and Rafa in particular. I don't think he is as good as them at kind of finding alternative plans, I guess. I would definitely say.
Yeah. Sometimes his reaction is to just start going for broke instead of perhaps relying on the speed, the athleticism that he has to get him back into the points, to get him back into the match. There are some matches over the past year or so which he won, but he didn't win them playing the smart way. Like, for example, Russovori in Madrid. He saves 5 breakpoints in the second set and he hits some ridiculous shots on them. But like, that's not exactly how you do it most of the time. Like, it worked on the day because he has the talent to back it up on most occasions, but it's not exactly the smart thing to do in a situation like this. Some of the winners that he hit there were ridiculous, and of course it was super watchable, but well, he didn't play percentage tennis, let's say. His ability to play percentage tennis is pretty weak. That's pretty okay though. Like, he saves the 2 breakpoints, and that was maybe a good example actually of Carlos just going for a nicer angle, nothing crazy on the forehand, and getting the point. Two more questions. I guess I could reply to this quickly. I am pretty excited, although it's also kind of sucks that they're playing against each other because they both can't win. I would actually like Kamil to win. I think I like his chances against Coric more. Of course, it's going to be the first time to watch him really since the comeback. But I would like Kamil to win because he has that, goal in mind to make it to Grand Slam qualies again. I don't know, for the US Open, maybe for Australia. So I think he needs the points more as well. And I'm going to watch it for sure. I think it's like, after Kakhmazov Jumhur. So not too far from here. And also the Alcaraz question from Srihari about the worst match since he became a top 2 player. When did he become a top 2 player? Is my question first, and then I'll think about it. Is it like before the US Open? 2022? Or is it after the US Open? I guess it's after the US Open. Yeah, it is after the US
I'm trying to think.
No, I just checked it. It is after the US Open.
No, not your.
Sorry,
I was.
Okay, no, I see. Yeah. There were some occasions when he was like blown off the court, and that's, for example, Felix, Basel, or actually even Zverev ATP finals. But that's fine, right? That's like just conditions that really don't suit him, and there's nothing wrong
missed
about
that
it.
second serve. Then that second serve was 202. Really going for broke on it, on the juice.
Yeah, probably, to answer the question, but I'm still, I still not have in my mind all the possible answers. So I would say probably. Probably yes, given how it's been broken here.
That is a break. 6-1, 6-3, 3-1 down now, Alcaraz.
Wow. And that was an example of the dumb tennis.
Yeah, going for a really flat backhand that probably wouldn't have won you the point anyway. I don't know. Not smartest play.
There was nothing to be gained, really.
And the serves before on the juice point didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's not like him at all.
This wouldn't have done damage. Like, this backhand, literally, if it got in, it wouldn't have given him anything. So yeah, it's
a very 20-year-old match, isn't it?
Yeah,
Zverev has broken.
You forget that.
Zverev has broken in every game, every return game he had the chance to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Good stat, Mario. I like that one. Rather than
that's
looking
more
at breakpoint
important than
conversion.
breakpoints saved usually.
Yeah, I mean, but it because they shown us 5 out of 7. He had just not used the 2 breakpoint in this game, and so that means that basically he broke every time he had the chance.
But yeah, having looked through the records, Chihari, I think it's fair to say that probably
yes.
the only other blowout that he had really was against Felix in Basel, maybe Safiurin this year, but yeah, I don't know if that counts really. And also, these are just
there were different kind of matches.
He was rushed more than here, definitely. He was in these ones he was rushed more than here. And also, there was this one against Goffin in Astana just right after the US Open. I think that was pretty trash too. But that was at least 7-5, 6-3. So
that one was a very odd blip, I gotta say. Where this one does feel, this one did feel on the cards. I don't think we were expecting straight sets, obviously, but this one did feel possible when you said they've had a good serving day.
Well, some of us expected straight sets for Alcaraz, and some of us said things. Not me. But...
Did I say it? Did I say straight sets? I thought I said 4.
No, I said straight sets.
I think I said 4.
And also the secondary prediction.
Yeah, the secondary prediction was even worse of Zverev not getting more than 5 games in a set.
Someone in the chat asked the question, I think it was Matthew at first, can Zverev win more than 3 games in a set? Some people were even harsher.
Well, although he's 1 point away from doing it in all the 3 sets so far.
In your defense, Darius, I think you were looking really into that fatigue element.
Look at the fatigue, but also how he was playing in the previous match. But
okay, so I guess okay. I wanted to defend you, but you don't want to. Okay, sure, fine. if you don't want to, yes, okay.
That's very kind of you.
Let's trash your prediction, sure.
Yeah, but we all predicted he would win in 3 sets, 4 sets, and 5 sets. Those are the 3 predictions at the beginning. So
yeah, sure.
Right at this point, I mean, Zverev's looking like he's going to take a 4-1 lead in the third. Can we name any other higher profile comebacks? Or not higher profile, sorry, but high profile comebacks of this deep a hole. Like, how many people have come back from 2 sets and basically the brink of defeat in the third set down?
Federer, Nadal, 2005 Miami.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's 2 sets in a break, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was like 1-4 and maybe even breakpoint down. No.
Nalbandian and Federer at the ATP, the Tennis Masters Cup 2005.
2005, apparently the year of comebacks.
Yeah.
Anything in more recent memory? Oh, team.
It has to be like 2 top players, right? I guess Zverev team. Yeah, Zverev team, sure.
That's not even the one I was going to mention. Sorry, I was going to mention
Del Potro.
Team Del Potro. Yeah, that's it, Darius. Thank you. From 6-1, 6-2 down in the first 2 sets.
But was he broken next?
Yeah, good question. I don't think so, actually.
I don't think so. Zverev was a breakup, I think, in the third set against Team, but it was like briefly, right? 2-1 and literally something like that.
Yeah, because it was the first, considering Alcaraz, experience in majors, first 2 sets were more or less like the match against Sinner at Wimbledon in 2022, but then the third set he was not so much in trouble, and he didn't come back. He didn't come back in the end. He lost in 4. So I was not thinking about tennis history. These kind of things I'm really, really bad at it.
How is this possible that he goes for that one-hander again?
Why?
He got a little jammed up, to be fair.
I thought he could have passed even.
But again, but he wasn't even trying to go for it with 2 hands. He was jammed up, but he also he was.
I don't know. It felt unnecessary on both occasions. Is what I'm trying to say. I know sometimes when players land this.
Wow, this forehand.
Wow.
This forehand to get out of the trouble has been very, very good from Zverev. It's not a winner, but
When you said that, I thought it was going to be an Alcaraz, positive reaction, but no.
No. Considering that it's Zverev, it was pretty good as a forehand.
Zverev is coming. Oh. Zverev Medvedev is coming. Oh my goodness.
Well, at least we've got Novak center. I honestly think that will be good.
Yeah, it should be.
It has the potential
Plus also
to be awful, though, doesn't it? It does.
Yeah. I do think the changes that Yannick's made are actually substantial, though. I guess this is the first real test, best of 5 against Novak in Australia, whether or not those changes will stand up.
What are the changes that Sinner's made?
He's definitely got a lot better at coming forward, getting to the net. His clinicalness at the net is a lot better than it used to be. His serving is 100% better than it used to be, yes. And that's the factor that had to get better if he was going to hang with the big boys. And he's there now. I mean, I think he's saved 26 of 28 break points this tournament. It's like absurd stats under pressure.
And it was also, he also closed the last season as the player with the best percentage of breakpoints saved.
Did he? Nice, Mario. Didn't know that. So yeah, obviously this is the biggest test you can face, really, bar facing Rafa at the French Open. So let's see.
Yeah, but considering it's 2024, probably the biggest possible right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. This match has felt a bit muted, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I was just saying this match has felt a bit muted. I mean, that's obviously goes without saying. But I do think maybe there is one kind of second wind from Carlos we could see before the match is over.
I don't know if that wasn't it, the previous game. But what I'm trying to say is that at least if Zverev wins this in less than 2 hours, this actually gives him a realistic chance of playing well in the next 2 rounds or the next round.
By the way, right now it's unlikely to happen given the score, but it's still not over yet, of course. But Alcaraz is actually, was actually playing to reach the semi in at least once in all the Grand Slams, and nobody born after Cilic has done it yet.
Wow.
And Cilic is 1988.
Wow. Mario, I imagine you might not know this stat, but maybe Damien or Darius might have it on hand. Who's the youngest player to reach all 4 semis in the men's side?
Jokovic, and Alcaraz would be I think a few days later.
Oh, that just comes down to birthday then. So he actually would have done it at the same event had he come through here.
Yes,
if he does come through.
Yeah, yes. Because Djokovic did it at 2008 Australian Open, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, you're right. I wouldn't know that, but Vansh told me this earlier today. It was like 5 hours ago.
What was Rafa missing then? At this age? Was it US, yeah?
Wasn't it the Australian Open? I think Rafa first semi-final at the Australian Open was 2008 too.
Yes, it was.
Okay. That makes sense.
And Rafa is 1 year, older than
I guess
Novak
so, yeah. Quarters in 2007, like 4th round earlier. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Alcaraz with a second serve to work with. This is probably one of the chances he's had so far on any service game. Barely any second serve so far.
Yeah, we're already getting there.
And it's a double.
We have to look at this.
Doubles have started.
So,
wait,
he can't avoid this.
Oh, fake news. Sorry. No.
It's not a double.
It's not a double. I know. I thought it
was. Because it wasn't the second serve. It wasn't the second serve in the first place. Okay, but it is now. Well, it is now.
No, it's in.
Come on, that's so bad. So Carlos going for the So there was a kick serve down the tee. Carlos going for one of his preferred stats, one of his preferred tactics, I should say. Backhand return taken early, rushing the opponent's backhand by coming into the net, and he fluffed the return, unfortunately. That would have been a good way to set up the point. Few chances here. Second serve again. What does Carlos do with this one?
How is this possible? Zverev hits 2 second serves in a row.
I know, quite unlikely given the stats so far. This one is a double fault.
You called it.
There we go. I knew one of the points would be a double fault. Had to be.
Yeah, about to close up to the match. He's not serving for it, but it's close.
That was the first double fault of the match, yeah. Is that what you said there, Mario? Sorry.
I feel like if Zverev loses from this position and embarrasses himself, lots of people on tennis Twitter will be extremely happy. But yeah, I still don't know if I quite believe it.
Yeah, he got to 30-15.
Yeah, first serve still just too good. Even that one going into a fairly decent position for Alcaraz to return didn't land in the court, so it's not looking good.
Another one.
So as we mentioned, Damien, he's just not that. He's got problems in the second, but when he's going for it in the first, he doesn't really have much problems keeping landing it, even if his placement goes down a little.
Yeah, I mean, when it's like an important game, he could have some issues. For example, against Hurkacz in the United Cup final, he actually was like in the tiebreaks, he would miss like, let's say, 3 times as many first serves.
Oh yeah, we had this discussion, of course, didn't we, Damien?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't remember that was with you, but yeah. But yeah, certainly there was that moment when he was making almost all of them in the actual sets, but in the tiebreaks, no. And in the tiebreaks, he would also like make stupid decisions. Eventually, of course, he saved too much points and managed to win it. But
yeah, elaborating on stupid decisions. I remember he was coming into the net way more often than he was throughout the match, and
yeah,
getting burned pretty much every time.
Slice approaches, like let's say 4 slice approaches in the 2 tiebreaks, and probably maybe 2 in the actual sets in the 24 games. And most of the time he was losing the points, which of course kind of led to Hurkacz actually having a shot, because if you look at just how many points they were winning on return and on serve, then it was straight up
good.
The entire match Hurkacz was winning nothing on return other than the tiebreaks.
That's really good.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot from Zverev there. Big backhand down the line.
Yeah. 40-30 once you think that Alcaraz might have a shot or any chance, he just closes the door expertly.
One game away from the semi-finals. What can Alcaraz do? If Alcaraz manages to hold here, guys, what's the play on potentially Zverev's final service game? How should Alcaraz play it?
Very return position.
Do you think
I don't know if you even get a
deep in the court?
chance. Probably, because you need to suffer in some way, get the balls back. I mean, I don't know. You're still expecting Zverev to hit like 4 out of 5, right?
Yeah.
It's rough. Like, being in this position is no bed of roses. And maybe he doesn't even hold. I mean, that was the case in the last set, right? We are already looking at Zverev potentially having to serve it out, and
maybe the one thing I would say. The one thing I would say is maybe roll the dice on the first service point. Bank on Zverev going for his favourite serve. So I would imagine Zverev comes out and he serves down the tee. I think Alcaraz maybe makes a move for that. That's the only thing I could say. Oh, God. If he holds here. But yeah, if he does get into the rallies, play passive, makes Zverev play, Ask him to accelerate in his forehand. See how he gets on. Nice dipping backhand. Zverev coming forward there, Damien. Maybe at a choice time.
Maybe he loves it, right? That just anytime he's close to winning the match, he feels like, okay, so I should be sort of playing more aggressively now because I just want to have
by the
fun.
way, by the way, if Zverev wins, I will have some regret with my bracket. Because at first I did one and I had, the Jokovic, Sinner, Medvedev, Zverev. And then I did a very big mistake because when there was that fact about, all that issue that came out with mediatically, I changed it and I picked Zverev to crash out in, I don't remember if round 3, 4. I felt that it could have been difficult for him mentally a little bit, this slam. And then I changed it, and actually I was right at the beginning.
You weren't far off, Mario. You almost went out in one of those rounds.
I was thinking about it, honestly, that not bracket-wise, but about that pressure, like maybe just more pressure and Zverev, like more nerves, because the personal life is, of course, in shambles, and it's actually been for years, and the way that he's been playing through it just sort of told me, okay, I don't think this will change much. I think he's just gonna play like normal. But of course, now the sort of case is getting more serious, right? He will actually have a trial, so.
But the last time when it was all when it was actually all revealed and the articles came out, he played perfectly and won. Didn't he win Paris immediately afterwards or something? He doesn't seem to affect him.
I don't know. But, he definitely didn't affect him in the long run. So I just thought that, okay, so his life has been in ruins for years now, so he's probably gonna be handling it fine.
Okay,
lovely little 1-2. Well played, Alcaraz. So here we go. Do you think?
So what? Down the tee, you were saying. Let's see.
I'm saying down the tee.
No,
been quite a few wide
it's
serves,
definitely the one he's more comfortable with. So
yeah,
it would make sense.
He'll land it more often than he would the wide serve. So if he wants a serve he's going to make, he'll go down the tee.
Yes, and that's why he also has such a ridiculously high percentage, because he goes for the serves he knows he's good at, really, most of the time.
Yeah. Here we go. Down the tee. Alcaraz is on it. He's in the rally. Make him play in the forehand. He does. Zverev staying strong so far, though. Alcaraz putting him under pressure. He manages to win the first point.
That's the start you want, and now you have like a 30% chance of breaking if you just look at the usual sort of top player average. So,
and he's more likely.
Of course, Zverev would be a little lower. Aye. Here we go with the looping, by the way. It begins now. It begins now.
Yeah, plenty of safety on all of those shots. Alcaraz
nice
target
moonballing.
Yeah. That's what you want to see.
He's
in this.
Yeah.
Now an even bigger question. Love 30. The pressure is ramped up even more. Does he try and outfox Alcaraz? I don't think he does. I think he just goes for the same serve. Or he misses the wide serve. Yeah, he went for it again. Made it though. Yeah, great serve, 15-30.
Again.
That's a line licker. Yeah, that's some first serve. Looking at the replay there from Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Down the tee one more time for good luck.
Yes. No.
No, he does go wide and he makes it. So slow in the forehand. Oh my God.
Nice deceleration there.
Yeah.
What am I watching?
Yeah, what is that shot? Oh my God. Damien, there we go.
Great point.
Into the net again on probably the tamest
Wow.
approach we've seen this fortnight.
It wasn't a bad shot Alcaraz did. It was weird, but low and brought Zverev in.
It's still a gettable volley,
Yes.
It's not impossible to land this. I don't know. This was quite a weird point. But okay. Is that the first breakpoint of the match? No, he had 2 breakpoints in the second set, right?
Yeah. When they went on serve.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll wait till this game's over before I start talking because I've got loads to say about that last point. But let's see first. Breakpoint. Here we go. Oh, Zverev stopping for something.
Someone in the crowd, guessing.
That's a good return.
Yeah, great return.
If he wins this.
5-4.
Good forehand.
Lovely volley.
Oh, wow.
Made that look easy. Okay, things get interesting now. Rewinding to that point at 30 all, obviously probably the biggest point of the match in a way. And Alcaraz plays an inside-out forehand chip, kind of short slice ball.
Yeah.
I think he just got his feet wrong. He didn't get up to it at all. It was just dying on him.
So I was about to say the same thing. I think it was an improvisation and probably not the shot he wanted to play. But it worked out really well because honestly, Zverev at the net is like, it's not maybe the volleying skills so much, but it's the approach shot to get in. He's normally pretty tame, like in the transition game. So it actually worked out as a really good shot because you saw how bad the shot was before he missed the volley. So loads.
He's very good at doubles volleying, actually. Like he has good reactions, but he does not approach well. He does not transition well.
I remember in the Monte Carlo final between him and Tsitsipas, or was it the semi-final maybe? Sorry, between him and Tsitsipas a couple of years ago, and that
must be semi because Stefanos played Rublev and Davidovich Fokina in Monte Carlo.
It was definitely the semi then, but that was pretty much all Steph was doing. He was bringing Zverev forward constantly, just like picking him apart when he got up there.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins it from here, that would be a legendary forehand slice. But
I'm calling that if he wins from here, he takes the title.
That's big, Mario. That's big.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. I don't think he'll play like this in the semis.
No
way. But there's so many different things he can do in that matchup that you can't do here.
Yeah. The fact that he's been outplayed here does help.
Alcaraz entering a match with Medvedev is like going into a diner and you just have the menu hole at the top and you just spots for choice.
I remember, honestly, that Indian Wells match last year, I think was probably like the second highest level we've seen from a player. And maybe I don't think that is kind actually, because I do think the way that Alcaraz pulled it off was just like amazing. He was just so good at getting to the net, knew exactly when to play drop shots. It's going to be rough for Medvedev if they do play again, even though it's nowhere near as slow as Indian Wells. Damon, I'm also going to do my Yastremska Zheng prediction soon. What are your thoughts
What
for
you
that?
going for? Do you know already?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'll go Zheng in 3. I don't like the matchup too much, but she's been like very good at not letting that pressure of
15-30.
the favorite to make the final get to her.
Yeah.
So I just sort of trust her to keep stepping up, and that's my take. But the matchup is a little like Sabalenka matchup, and that's not good.
Honestly, I wouldn't like a Yastremska Sabalenka final. Will be so weird.
I know, I agree.
So
sorry.
I'll go Kinven in 3 despite the matchup.
Likewise. Yeah, Mario, sorry, what you were saying there. 15-30, danger time.
Yeah.
Second serve.
Alcaraz also just went for broke on that forehand again. It was not necessary.
All.
Forehand error from Zverev. Tough to say for Alcaraz what he should do here, and potentially his most important serve of the match. I'm sure you guys have already seen it. In fact, here it comes. Does go wide, lands it.
I have not seen it.
Oh, sorry, Darius.
No, I reload the stream again, but it just stays persistently like 3 seconds behind.
He landed an amazing first serve out wide. Really, really nice. And just got the return error from Zverev, so it's 40-30. To get back to 5-0, we were talking about big comebacks of the last few years. This would probably be the biggest.
Yeah, especially if he goes on to win. As we were saying with Świątek, like the legacy of a match like this depends on what happens next.
What a point. What a
I don't know
point.
if you've seen that point already, but yeah.
Zverev again winding up at the net somehow. Playing break rat volley. Well done from Carlos though. Should Alcaraz be considered the favourite if he wins this third set?
I'm not sure if you win for this match.
See how he takes it, but he's like on the verge probably of being considered the favorite, I guess. 50% would be fair, I think. Depends on how much, of course, he loosens up, how much Zverev is gonna suddenly feel like he again has failed in a match like this.
I think it's interesting. Zverev he's won 16 of 17 net points in the first 2 sets, and it's dropped to 8 out of 13, which doesn't sound bad, but pretty much, the majority of those net points that he's lost have come in the last couple of games. The 5-4 and 5-3 game. So
Sorry, love.
I think the last service game for Alcaraz is crucial in terms of level compared to the tiebreak. I would say he has to play, because I think Zverev will just swing in this next service game of Alcaraz's, and he won't feel too much pressure. It's only in the tiebreak that I think things will start to tighten up. So if we get there, though, brilliant approach from Alcaraz there to rush the Zverev forehand.
Yeah, right in the corner.
Yeah, great first serve out wide. Brings him to 40-15. Looks like he's going to get through this game. I don't think Scott Barkley's tweet is very talking tennis friendly, but it's worth checking out if you fancy looking at that on Twitter.
I suspect what it might be about, but I will do it anyway.
This is fascinating now. This is very fascinating. I really want to... I'm in it for the long haul here, guys, if Zverev does end up losing this. As I say, struggling to think of deficits where the player has come back bigger than this one.
So I believe, I mean, are you talking only about the modern era?
Open era.
Open era, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there was a bigger one in the closed era, the pre-open era.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 1927 Wimbledon, I think. There was this French player, Henri something or other, and he was down 2 sets, 5 love at Wimbledon. Yes.
Cochet.
Really? Oh, wow.
2 love, 5 love at Wimbledon, I think. Yeah.
Interesting. We almost saw Andy Murray. He played Basilashvili a few years ago at Wimbledon. Sorry to bring that guy up again. But I think he was 2 love, 5 love with a triple break up in the third set, and he lost that third set.
Yeah. That's true. Remember that.
By the way, another one, not at this point. It's not like this, but it was still 2 sets and the breakup was Nadal against Fognini at the US Open.
Oh, he was a breakup as well.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a breakup.
But I have to admit that he didn't hold the following game, so he didn't consolidate the break.
Okay.
So it's like Team Zverev then. Basically.
Yeah, basically yes. But definitely, I remember because that was a crazy slam for Italian tennis.
2015, yeah. True.
Yeah.
Did Lorenzi do well?
No, Mario's talking about the women's.
Yeah, I
Of
mean,
course,
Fognini
Vanessa.
lost in the following match.
And Vinci, yeah.
And Vinci,
Lorenzi, that was a different US Open. I think.
Lorenzi
Maybe
was
16?
2017, I feel like.
17, yeah, possible. He later had a good run as well when he played Wawrinka in the third round, but I think he also had a 4th round one year. Somehow.
Legend of Italian tennis, honestly.
Respect on Lorenzi.
Legend of all tennis. Legend of all tennis. Absolutely.
I think he's a very realistic tennis player. I think you should, if you know what I mean, he's quite a inspiration in that way.
Yeah, down to earth, late bloomer, for sure.
Yeah.
Like Estrella Burgos and guys like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Did we all see that forehand error from Alcaraz?
Yeah, not very like him. Great serve out wide. By the way, Carlos's serve's getting a lot better as well. I know I was talking about Yannick's being a lot better since last year. Carlos is obviously his improvements in the serve haven't been quite as obvious as Yannick's, but I do think he's still making headway in that department. Still work to be done though. He doesn't win as many free points off it as basically anybody else in the top 10. Two points to take at a tie break for Alcaraz. Again, we can look at that match that Zverev played against Hurkacz at the United Cup again, Damien, and pay attention to how often Zverev winds up at the net.
And how often he lands his first serve too.
Yeah,
yes.
in tiebreak it is.
That was a thing as well, yeah.
Third tiebreak of the, let's say, rivalry.
I guess ATP finals.
And French Open, the fourth set.
Oh yeah, that was like a. We think that
9-7,
Carlos might come back, right? Yeah, that was like there was a lot of moments when like you thought that Alcaraz might actually come back and win. Yeah,
that was a great tiebreak.
I remember following that on at a bus stop. Actually, I was watching that tiebreak at a bus stop. I'm a bit ahead of you guys now, and that reaction might tell you something.
Alcaraz has missed a shot. I feel like
That's
I
what
haven't
told
seen
me.
it.
How can you be that far ahead?
Yeah, because I have one stream that is behind all of you, and I have one that is ahead of all of you. So,
not the right way to start the tiebreak.
At least it wasn't on his serve.
True.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the one positive that Alcaraz can find from that.
I actually don't think it was a bad shot choice. I know it looks really
Oh,
off.
no. It was just the execution.
Yeah.
He would have won the point if he lands it.
Yeah.
Yeah, only thing is that it was not even close to make it.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a breath holding point. I still think there's a lot of traffic going into the Zverev backhand, considering. Oh no, it does look like Alcaraz is changing this up mid rally. Actually,
he does. Yeah.
Oh, great stuff from Zverev here with this backhand. Not that it's unusual for him, but
yeah. And that was an example of that flat backhand that Alcaraz missed earlier, like executed well. It still didn't give him the point though.
It's definitely credit to Zverev to do with the pressure he does bring on that side. It feels like you have to do quite a lot to actually find a way through.
Yeah, and Zverev can do this all day, like even under pressure.
Yeah.
When he is like forced to play points like that, he's gonna hold up. He might not when he has to start inventing something with the forehand.
Yeah.
But points like this, he can play all day. So you better be certain that you can beat him at this if you're trying to.
In my pre-match prediction, I really didn't think that would be a problem, actually. I kind of thought Alcaraz would have the rally temperament on that side to hang with Zverev.
I think we all did. And so far, it's a bit like that Roland Garros 2022 match, really. But yeah, Jack, you're gonna like this.
I mean, what is that?
What a horrible...
Does it again. Tie breaks. Zverev just starts approaching the net on half the shots for whatever reason. I mean, it's not just a versus Hurkacz thing. It's against Alcaraz too.
Yeah, the approach down the middle to the forehand is an interesting one.
I know, yeah. Take the angles away. Okay, we're in for a treat again. Here we go. I've not seen this yet. Exactly the same, yep. No way he loses the point. He loses the point from there. Are you kidding me?
Honestly, he was pretty unlucky to lose the point from here. Like that shot that Carlos played, through the net, that was sick. But what the? I mean,
yeah, but it's
just too funny at this point.
I know we're writing the script here, Damien.
Alcaraz should have never won that point after that, soft touch over the net. But well, he did.
It was a far better approach shot, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, but Carlos actually.
Like I feel Alcaraz
stupid,
but I feel Alcaraz deserved that more than Zverev was being a moron.
Yeah, like this point was just Alcaraz coming up with something stupid. Yeah. The previous approach was weak, but this one was just. Now he's actually like finding insane shots.
There's quite a lot to be said for approaching off of your back. Oh my God, Alcaraz was literally just about to prove me wrong there. I was going to say there's quite a lot to be said for approaching off your backhand, because either you approach to the forehand and it's not good enough, or you approach cross court and the angles are open. Though Alcaraz there with an amazing backhand down the line that sent Alcaraz onto his bum.
Zverev,
Zverev onto his bum, sorry.
That was fun though. That 2-0 point, I have to say.
But in that point there, Zverev was suddenly 4 meters behind the baseline. He listened to us. He wasn't coming into the net at all. He was far too far back.
Yeah, he went too far. He went too far without our advice. You know? We weren't planning to go that far with it. We were just saying, don't necessarily go to the net, but you can stay near the baseline.
5-2.
Great 1-2 punch there from Alcaraz. Serve it wide, forehand down the line.
No, moron is my go-to insult, I fear.
First serve percentage. Anybody? Has anybody clocked it for the tiebreak?
I didn't. But like, even if he's missed one so far, that's already lower than his match average.
Yeah, exactly, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna say anything. I'll just say that my go-to insult is baboon usually, but that's not Polish. I don't really say it in English.
I have already guessed what happened.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but again, like, it's a bit of a sick Alcaraz shot, more so. But the approach also wasn't perfect, But yeah, this tiebreak from like 2-1 down has been hilarious for Alcaraz, and lots of that is him actually just coming back with 6-shot making. It's not only Zverev's fault, definitely not.
But Zverev suddenly allowed him to play his A game as well. He's not
That's
constricting
true.
him anymore.
Yeah, the backhand down the line suddenly firing too. Yeah,
They really haven't been good approaches, to be honest. There was one that was pretty good, but I mean the other ones.
there was one that was okay.
Yeah.
One that was okay, two that were pretty mediocre. Well, one was weak, one was mediocre, I would say. The one that was weak was the 2-1 point, and the one that was mediocre, I would say, was the previous one, the 6-2 pass. But yeah, takes the set, and honestly, like, from worst match of his career, worst loss of his career, we are suddenly in like best win of his career territory if he pulls it off. So,
but it does rely, I hate to say it, on Zverev continuing to play like a moron, because like what if he comes
necessarily, like, right now he needs to win 6 games, right, from the start. Like,
I can see Zverev actually playing pretty tidily for this set. I do still think the percentages fall in Zverev's favour. So that question I had earlier, I do still think Zverev's the favourite by a fair way. He's still serving better than Alcaraz over the course of a set. That should make a big difference.
Yeah, probably yes.
I would say it's pretty close right now.
Yeah, it's tough. Tough to say.
Trainer out as well for Zverev.
I think it's just nobody trusts him if he's under pressure.
No.
I didn't trust him in the tiebreak. I didn't trust him serving for the match. So if it gets tight again, Alcaraz
and winning 6 games in a row, not in a row, but like winning 6 games from here is very different to just, I don't know, winning a tiebreak or breaking for the match.
Yeah,
you actually need to. Yeah, you actually need to be like a certain. Well, when it comes to odds, by the way, live, Alcaraz is actually a slight favorite already. But yeah, of course that doesn't have to be right. But literally, like, the moment Zverev stops finding 80% first serves here, this could fall apart for him really quickly. Just because, you need 6 games from here. You need to be like a very, at least, sort of mentally clear to keep holding.
Yes, exactly.
And get into these positions again. Of course, Alcaraz might just throw a horrific game very soon, and this could also be very different, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still not quite sure,
I do think Alcaraz has been under more pressure than Zverev in his service games, and that'll be enough probably. I think that's all you need to know. It's like Zverev's having chances pretty consistently, and it's taking a drop in level for Alcaraz to have a chance of breaking. Like it did when Zverev served for the match. So maybe somewhat reluctantly, I think Zverev's still the favourite.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure, but I do think I'm afraid I need to start heading off. I need to prepare some things, and I'll have some work later on as well. So, yeah, thank you so much for welcoming me. Darius being a bit harsh on Zverev, but I loved hearing him say moron. But yeah, I think I'll be off now. Thank you very, very much, and until another time.
Yeah, thank
Lovely
you.
to meet you, Darius.
Lovely to meet you too. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, nice to meet you, see you.
Right, could you guys give me a little second?
Sure.
Just while we wait for Zverev and medical timeout.
Of course. I'll start. I'll honestly have to cook during this fourth set because I feel so hungry already. But I will think of something that's like not, I'm just gonna go there from time to time, basically.
Yeah.
I hope that Alcaraz is cooking in the fourth set as well, and we get a fifth set.
Yeah, so the medical timeout started. Yeah, it's difficult to predict it right now because Alcaraz started playing way better. Zverev not with the same belief he had for most of the part, especially when we saw, for example, these approaches. Yeah, of course, Alcaraz played some great shots, but it was not that sure of himself. I don't know. For sure, Alcaraz needs to stay consistent. If he manages to change direction of his performance, then yes. But if it's going to be still some ups and downs here and there, then it's still early to imagine. Yeah, I feel like 50-50 can be a good a good call right now if we have to make
I thought that 50-50 was fair. When I was checking these odds, I was actually pretty certain that it was going to be around that, and maybe a little surprised that Alcaraz is a slight favorite already. But
yeah, I mean, it also depends on which one was the pre-match. I didn't check it.
The pre-match? What from the pre-match?
Usually,
the odds. Yeah. Okay.
The percentage, the win predictor, the odds. I don't know.
Yeah.
What you're
checking. No, Alcaraz was a pretty massive favorite.
For example, if yesterday, I mean, it was not the third set, was the second one. If Rublev takes the tiebreak, I still think that Sinner is quite huge favorite, even if it's once at all. A mistake, love 30.
Is Darius the first person to say moron in Talking Tennis history? Maybe. But yeah, Ghosty hasn't been seen. Ghosty just hid into his hole after realizing that he was completely wrong on Rublev. and that even Sinner with gas was able to win. I don't know if gas actually.
Yeah, honestly, before when I
means
went
a
to
thing,
sleep,
but-
when I went to sleep before, the 2 quarters of yesterday, I actually was thinking that for me, Fritz was more likely to win a set than Rublev. In what I was thinking before the matches, then Rublev was close, to win a set. Was
It's
really
not
close,
that weird.
so-
It's not that weird. I think, Rublev did make it actually very competitive, and I have to say that he made it a lot more competitive than I thought he would. So I can't really feel that I.
No,
Yeah,
it
like
was
it was a
more.
lottery match.
It was more or less. It was more or less the match I was sensing.
It was so close, like so much tighter than the scoreline. You've got 5-1 in the second set. In the first set, it's literally one person takes the 2 break points, the other doesn't. And it's in only the third set where Yannick like pulls away, but that's like one break and it's not super obvious anyway.
What did he do?
Yeah. Spider kind of right at Zverev.
Yeah, they both didn't want to close the point, basically, and in the end, Zverev has been lucky, but also well played to having reached the drop shot. Alcaraz, in my opinion, could have closed the point.
Yeah.
It's maybe a little bit mean to say, but could have just played to the body.
That's true.
Another break point.
This one will actually result in a rally. And it will have to be another comeback. The one good thing for Alcaraz here is that Zverev is back to being a non-threat of the baseline again.
Yeah, exactly.
But he still gets broken, so he will have to mount up another comeback.
That's been the change. That's been the change from mid, not mid, but from that moment in the third set. The matchup started looking like what we was expecting, at least in terms of how the rallies would have played and all of this. But in the end, a couple mistakes and Zverev broke.
Yeah.
Kind of what I was saying, guys. Zverev definitely getting more chances to break on Alcaraz's serve. Just looks like if he's playing steady enough on serve, then
yeah, but he's also back to like not being a threat of the baseline draw. So I guess if Alcaraz can somehow break back, that's a good sign. But of course, at this point, it can also be just Zverev landing 21st serves in a row and beating him. That's also a thing.
That does seem very possible in the way he's been serving. That's an amazing return, though. Alcaraz with a semi-chance, love 15.
Now your stream is like even ahead of my quick one for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh no, maybe it actually slowed down for me for some reason. I will refresh it. I don't know. It's tough, but we will get there somehow. We will
a mistake.
Figure things out.
Blood 30.
Coming into the net, Zverev makes that one though. Good volley.
He loves that.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. When he approaches with the backhand, it's still another thing.
Zverev is a serve and volleyer at heart.
Avoids playing a forehand, I guess.
I mean, he's his brother. You know, his brother is a legit serve and volleyer. So actually, he could just, learn something from Misha and.
Two break points. Let's see.
This might be a bit of a messy one from now, right? Like,
yeah,
that sort of trajectory where the serves don't matter as much anymore. It's just a big battle of one nervy player.
Don't know if you remember that set that I think Zverev and Auger-Aliassime played at Wimbledon. That was all breaks and just 2 holds, one one each until like 7-0 in the 5th set.
Or Korda Kachanov, right? Also at Wimbledon.
No, that one is Korda Kachanov. Sorry, I got confused. Korda Kachanov.
So it wasn't
yes.
Zverev Auger-Aliassime, yeah.
No,
I wasn't remembering that.
I got confused between 2 matches from that tournament, but yeah, it was Korda Kachanov. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be great. Jack, get ready. Get ready. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
I'm looking to see if Alcaraz draws him in on purpose now. See, that's a short slice. Yeah. That is on purpose.
Yeah, that is on purpose.
Big brain stuff from Carlos.
I think we can give up on the quality of this match. Let's just watch the battle of nerves,
That's tennis at its most beautiful, Damien.
If you're an Andy Murray fan.
By the way, I'm leaning towards Jack, on this. Honestly, if I have to watch a deciding set tiebreak match between 2 players I don't like their games, I'd still rather prefer than a beatdown between 2 players I like.
But that's like not a fair way of putting it, because you can also get a deciding set tiebreak of 2 amazing players who are like peaking against each other,
that's right.
Yeah, of course it's a matter of preferences. Like, for example, I wasn't as harsh on the Kostyuk Goff one as most people were, because it was still fun. Like, it was pretty horrible, but it was fun, mostly because there was a story there already. Kostyuk was 5-1 up.
I think part of the problem with some of the women's games in particular is that when they're having an off day, it doesn't look quite as good as some of the men's, because some of them rely on consistency a little more than the men do. So if Goff's game's off and she's like one of the steadiest baseliners on the tour, it can look a bit worse than maybe some of the men's going off kilter.
Sure. I just think that because there was already a story there, so like Kostyuk goes 5-1 up, then she blows it, and then whether she can still keep going with Goff. Like, every single game, really. If it was a match between 2, let's say, evenly ranked players, even chances to win, and then they sort of just keep going back and forth, 1 game each, but it's this horrible, then it's no fun. But that was entertaining mostly because already you were just mostly looking at the scoreline, the result, potentially the potential consequences for the event as well, and that's why it was actually fun to follow that dumpster fire.
Yeah, I think maybe quite a good other comparison that I can think of as well was the Andreeva Parry match, where Andreeva maybe went off for a little while, and I still think the drama of the match that was so entertaining to watch because she had to lift her level when it really counted.
Yeah, for me, it really depends, That's also why there are, the players I enjoy the most watching. But then I also feel like any match can, in some way, almost any match can surprise me. I don't know.
Mario, who do you like watching on the WTA? Give me a name.
Who I like watching? I know that you are kidding because of Alcaraz.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw that. By the way, I am a big Sabalenka enjoyer.
Okay.
Same.
But it's weird because the kind of players. No. More or less, it's the same. I was kidding. I was saying something that I think that it was not right. So yeah, usually this is my favorite brand game, attacking baseline. It's the game I like the most.
Some would call it ball bashing, some wouldn't. In Sabalenka's case, I think
for example,
there's a fine line for sure.
Yeah, for example, I'm not an Ostapenko enjoyer. I find it too messy to be a baseline game.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm more of a fan of the best kind of improvisers, the scrappier players, the guys who come out with shots that you probably wouldn't see from other players. Carlos is right up there. Right up there. I love watching him. I think he's amazing.
Jordan Thompson?
Not Jordan Thompson.
Why not then?
Why Jordan Thompson?
I mean, he kind of plays like Murray.
He does a wee bit, I guess, but nah, I still kind of think of him more of a, serve-reliant player.
Yeah, maybe. But Andy, I mean, he used to have a pretty good first serve too.
Yeah, he did. Not anymore. And I think Alcaraz definitely comes to mind. I honestly think Krejcikova is one of those players on the ladies' side that I love watching for that reason.
Did you enjoy her performance yesterday?
But I also think that Krejcikova can also produce some really horror shows, honestly, in some days off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, more or less everyone can, if it's just a day off for you, it can be a horror fest, whoever you are.
Yeah, I honestly think
of this story.
My favorite female player ever to watch was Barty, and I think it's very sad that she's no longer on the tour.
For example, I can't relate here.
No, I did enjoy watching Ash. I think she played like a very male style of tennis as well, which probably helps if you like men's tennis.
For example, the best the matchup I was really super pumped up to watch, it was Sharapova-Azarenka.
I loved Sharapova-Ivanovic. That was my favorite matchup, I guess, back in the day. Anything
Ivanovic,
really, but...
I was definitely, for example, when they show us that game when she broke Serena Williams in the third set of the Australian Open. I don't know if you were, there were some returns that wow, and
I remember that match pretty well. Yeah, I was a pretty big fan at the time. Mostly of the forehand, but she was also pretty, so that helped.
Doesn't hurt.
Now, the thing has changed a bit, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure that there are more rallies on the men's side than on the women's side.
I guess it's a very general statement. Like, what do you mean by more rallies?
I feel like women's matches are usually, not at Admaya or Ribestormo, but usually are quicker in their process than most of the men's matches. Talking about top players, I mean, I'm talking about the players at the top of their.
Maybe
I've seen different opinions on this. Yeah. I've actually seen a lot of people claiming that there's so much variety on the WTA Tour and that's why they watch it. And at the same time, I've seen people saying the same about the ATP. So,
yeah, my thing was, for example, then it can depend. But if you make Sabalenka and Swiatek playing 3 sets against each other, for me, it should last less than if you play Jokovic against Alcaraz or Medvedev,
Yeah, but that's a Djokovic and Medvedev thing. Like, their matches
Yeah,
last forever.
I was talking, about the top of the players right now.
Specific set of top of players right now. And I guess on the men's side you've got all these big serving counter punchers, and honestly we can count Djokovic into that as well.
I suppose it's quite hard to generalize for gender.
Yeah.
Full stop, isn't it? Because your top 10 players in the WTA are all completely different. Top 10 in the ATP are pretty different as well. So
yeah, that's
it's all
true.
about matchups.
Like those right now, yes. Those right now, it makes sense. Those that you have at the moment.
Well, just in general, every player is just their own player, even if some of their styles are pretty similar. They've all got little idiosyncrasies and stuff. And
I mean, for me, it was just a matter of the past, the big matches in the past 6, 7, 8 months, no more, because I know that the landscape always changes. And
I think Sab's Iga is my current favourite matchup to watch on the women's side.
I don't know.
I loved Madrid. I thought Madrid was such a good match.
Yeah, but that match was so good. But whether it's always gonna be amazing, I don't know. But of course, Madrid was like one of the best matches of the year.
Then that's just an Iga thing. Like how whenever Iga's involved, it might not be amazing because she'll just like destroy the opponent, or it could be close. When it's close, it's fun.
Yeah. This event, like all her matches were fun, but that's because people were like really going at her, and it was just fun to see how she pulls
for
it
example,
off or she doesn't.
Yeah. Zverev won a point at the net. It was difficult to lose it.
It was actually a nice approach, a good slice.
Yeah.
Has Zverev ever lost from 2 sets to love up, by the way?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
because we might break some milestones here. Like Alcaraz has never won from 2 sets to love down.
I mean, the final US Open, of course. So
yeah,
that's not even a question.
I was thinking you were kidding there, dude.
I thought you were
about
kidding.
It earlier.
In fact, I thought you were kidding.
Yeah. I wasn't. No, we were talking about it earlier, but now that I was thinking about it, I was just sort of thinking of some ridiculous matches like the French. But yeah, didn't go for the most obvious one, interestingly.
I don't think there's been another time.
Yeah, there's just one. Okay, so at least I'm sort of justified because, well, it's just a very obvious one that you missed because it's too obvious. But indeed, there's no other example of that. He wasn't serving for the match there, though, so that's a different story. We'll see if his opponent here will be slicing all his buckets when the most important moments come.
He did serve for the match there, right? Did he not in the 5th set?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Did?
Yeah, he did.
Where?
At the US Open.
Yeah, but not in the 3rd. In the 5th.
Not in the 3rd. Yeah, not in the 3rd. But he did in the 5th.
Really? I don't even remember that. I don't know. I definitely remember the tiebreak well when team is just slicing.
Yeah. I think the reason you don't remember Zverev serving for the match as well, Damien, is that it wasn't particularly. I think everybody thought that Zverev was getting broken. It was like nobody
maybe
thought
that's the reason. Maybe at that stage the serves just didn't really feel like they were relevant at all, and yeah.
That's one of the only 2 Slam finals I haven't watched in the last, I would say, 10 years, maybe.
What's the other?
Australian Open 2019.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, that was a short one as well. Yeah.
I was because I was traveling, and I was on a plane, so no way for me to watch even on the phone.
Yeah.
And
I
my
didn't watch
plane was
Wimbledon
around
2017.
couple of hours, so when I was down and okay, let me watch, it was over, and so
Yeah. I actually didn't see Federer picking up that Wimbledon title against Cilic.
yeah.
But let's see the Cup, the Australian Opens, so fine. And I was abroad as well, and there was like no way to do it.
Give me 2 seconds again,
So
guys.
just checking
hold
the
on.
scores. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Drop shot
the
there
women's,
for Alcaraz. I mean,
for the women was different because we until a couple of years ago, so when I had already finished school, we used to go to on Saturday at school. So basically all the Australian Open women's final, I had no chance to watch them live, unless I decided to skip school, whatever. I did only once in 2016. And was a good one. So.
yeah, Zverev was serving for the match. Both Zverev and Team served for the match before the tiebreak, but yeah, they were just breaking each other every game.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
perhaps
exactly.
that's why I
And
don't
also
remember that.
you remembered Zverev because then he lost the final. So
yeah, and we'll see how this one goes. But like Alcaraz is holding fairly consistently, it seems now. Like he hasn't had issues, and he was also like pretty loose, hitting that forehand dropper. Helped that Zverev was like really behind as well.
yeah.
But right now Zverev is actually hitting some aggressive forehands and getting to 30 love here. He is attacking again off the ground.
Yeah, I
At
mean,
least on
he
his own
basically
serve.
losing that third set and getting broken back here basically just reminded him that there's only one way if he wants to get across the line, and so
yeah, the question is what happens when he has another chance, or actually if he even gets
that's
another
right.
chance.
That's right.
No, I don't really feel like Zverev is gonna win this match anymore. Yeah, like if he puts himself in a good position again, he might as well blow it. There's a lot sort of working against Zverev here. Let's maybe call it like that. The usual mental tendencies that he has, and also, of course, the momentum being with Alcaraz, and now Carlos coming up with some pretty spectacular shots from time to time, seemingly being a little cleaner on serve as well. At least in this set, it's just not looking too good for Zverev in my view.
That was a ridiculous shot.
Yeah.
To Sean's question, I started at 26.
How old are you right now? Like pretty close.
29.
Yeah.
3 years older.
So I have one more year before I have to start my tennis coaching career.
I'm sure you'd be a good tennis coach, Damien.
I don't know.
You never thought about it?
Maybe table tennis I could coach, I think, pretty reasonably. But tennis, I would have to really brush up my technical knowledge,
I didn't have much technical knowledge starting off, to be fair. After studying for 3 years, I've got quite a lot. Here we go. John's about to roast you, Damien.
Damien wouldn't be. I wouldn't be what? I wouldn't be a good coach. is this because of my lack of knowledge, or is this because I would scream at my proteges, or is this because of something? No, but actually, I feel like I could be like start as a table tennis coach and do okay. Tennis, I wouldn't feel confident.
Oh, we have a question.
Yeah, I like that question from Sean. The easiest players to coach, I would say, are the ones that already have a pretty firm style. So yeah, in answer to that question, it's probably easier to coach your kind of intermediate players, strong players. Like if I was to coach Alcaraz, I'd be like, well, I don't really know where to start. Sorry, mate. But for a club player who's good, that's probably the easiest, because then you can just make little adjustments. For players who've got absolutely nothing to work off, it can be pretty difficult to know where to start. That's probably the hardest bit. I could give them something to work on, but it might not be the right thing to work on. You've got to have a pretty good eye for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So a lot of coaches have the problem that they start off with a player and they're like, right, let's get you hitting your forehand exactly how Alcaraz would hit your forehand. I need you to do this and that to make topspin. It's like that you'd never start there. You need to be a lot more smart with what you give them, what information you feed them at what time.
Yeah. Yeah, then maybe it depends, even if you are thinking about coaching from a technical point of view, or maybe the mental tactical side, approaching one particular match.
Yes, it's actually huge. It's actually huge. I originally thought for the first couple of years, pretty much, maybe 80% of your teaching points should be technical. When really a lot of people just don't need their technique changed. They have various ideas about what they should and shouldn't be doing on the court that you kind of need to be like recognizing and changing. It's hard. A lot of people just don't even think about attacking, full stop. And if you're never in an attacking phase of play on a tennis court, you're never going to be, above a certain level. You're never going to be above a certain level. Tennis is a funny sport, man. It's so hard. Yeah, I think Alcaraz is the favorite.
Yeah, I said it when you were gone as well. Like I just don't see Zverev winning this. I mean, all the tendencies sort of that we've been seeing over the years in his matches are telling me that he's either going to choke again, or actually how Alcaraz is holding right now, it just tells me that he might not get a chance again. Like I actually would say that, okay, this set is not getting to a tiebreak. That's my big bold prediction.
Yeah, let's see. A huge game now.
Zverev is just gonna have a game when like 3 or 4 serves get returned. He's passive as hell off the ground, and he eventually loses. Although now that I see the first serve, I mean, yeah, he might just land 12. He might just land 12 first serves and get to the tiebreak. Sure. Then in the tiebreak, he will serve and volley on every single point. He just sort of channels his inner Misha.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we are just making prediction. We are not talking as 100% this is going to happen. So yeah. So basically, if I said Alcaraz in 5 before the match, so I'm still on board.
Yeah, you're still alive with your prediction. True.
Even if I thought, I also added that I thought that reasonably it shouldn't have taken 5 sets. So it looks a little bit worse.
More right. No, that kind of makes you even more right, because reasonably it shouldn't be taking 5 sets, but it has. or it will need to be if Alcaraz is to win.
I don't understand the question from John there. Which backhand is better? What backhands?
He's showing that on the screen, and it's Nadal and who?
Oh yeah, I missed that. Sorry.
Nadal and someone else. Maybe you'll see it in a second, I think, because it's a short. Is that John? That's John Silk. Okay, never mind. Then John, I know I'm beating you. I'm beating you in that shot.
wait, let's see the video one more time. I'll give you a tip, John. I'll just wait for it to come up. Oh, it's not bad actually. It's not bad, John. A little bit of a lower stance, maybe.
Yeah, 2 years
Legs
ago,
could get into it a bit more.
We want to watch your backhand now.
I'd like to see the weight really coming off of the back leg to the front. It does look like you're a little bit static. I know, yeah, I would expect John to go more old school.
Me not likey, no.
John, my tip would be end in a tip stance for the next few backhands you try and hit. Do you know tip stance? Want to see the up-to-date one, John?
Yeah, I guess you can be better, John. I mean, my stance on your backhand is gonna be open. I'm gonna be open to. You changed. No, this is a horrible joke. I'm not even gonna continue it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there needs to be a talking tennis showdown. Absolutely. Carpet or clay?
Carpet or clay? That's the only two options. Are you kidding me?
In Germany, yes. No, but we should totally play on carpet and clay, like the two most opposite things. But I suck on clay, so I want to play on carpet.
Yeah, I'm up for a clay court match. I'm going to play 0 winners, 0 unforced errors. Grind John.
I just keep hitting, like standing on the baseline and have volleying my shots on clay, and it never works. And I just scream at myself, "Why are you doing this for the umpteenth time?" And that's literally all my clay matches. And this is going to be a deuce now. Alcaraz just sort of grinding down Zverev. Zverev finally makes the error. 22 shots. Is this the game where we see the inevitable break?
Yeah, I'm getting interested in watching some rally stats. Yeah, because the wall match, for example, 9+ shots. I mean, Zverev leads in every category, but of course, a 6-1, makes a lot of difference. But now, for example, for more than 5 shots, Alcaraz has won 22 points and Zverev 11 in the fourth set. There's set 3. So there's been already a change, and it's not that
Yeah, he actually landed this, but I'm not gonna tell you who is the point. But
it's not how I was imagining. I was kind of feeling like Alcaraz was having the lead in this kind of rallies, even in the fourth set, but no, it's been back on Zverev.
I have to say that the second drop shot from Alcaraz was a little too much, but well.
The fist pump from Zverev, that annoys me so much. Zverev bringing out the fist pump when he's messed up a point, and it just lasts 10 shots longer than it should have. I just think that it's not the time you fist pump.
Yeah, I mean, at times you kind of need everything to,
A peach from Alcaraz there. What a shot.
Yeah, This one,
Yes.
fist pump is okay, right? Fist pump is okay after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, off a passing shot like that. When you turn defense into attack, you fist pump. When you turn attack into defense into attack, that is not fist pump worthy.
I don't know.
If it's long enough, it is.
I
Yeah,
was the kind of
no.
player. I was the kind of player who does the fist pump kind of after every point I win.
Okay. Yeah.
I like that actually, Mario.
Kevin Anderson, or like I don't know.
Alcaraz
Who
is not
else?
that different, more or less,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same level, pretty much the same attitude. Yeah, sure. There was a Kostyuk golf point which like went on forever, and after that, Marta like falls on the floor and is like, see, asking for applause, and I was like, yeah, it was really long. You ran more or less from, Kiev to wherever, but still, it was a pretty horrible point as well. This is a rally now.
Wow. Even if wow, after only the last shot. Because the point Zverev played overall was a little bit messy. This one also.
Yeah, but still gotta the forehand down the line. Sort of gotta applaud that at least.
Yeah. Well, that's
and
the
running one as well. The running pass as well. Yeah, I think it's okay to fist bump here. You also did get out of the
I mean, you won the game also, so
I don't know why Alcaraz even came forward then. I don't know. Like, that was a bit.
Yeah.
Still a good shot.
Well, it's like 30 shots into a rally. You're not really thinking clearly anymore. You're just playing on instinct and nothing else.
Yeah, I find that tweet from Caleb quite interesting on Twitter. Just saying that Zverev is such a big threat compared to Medvedev, just because when he peaks, his serve +1 is so much stronger. But also goes on to say, thankfully, he's in a mental prison when he's not underdog, which is pretty much true.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at this Zverev performance today, you think of the match against Norrie or... Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Just a different player. I still haven't eaten. If they go to a fifth, I will have to. But for now, let's try to keep going.
How much sleep are you running on, Damien and Mario? If you've stayed up.
Honestly, it may shock, but it's been the first time I've been up the World Tournament. But I've watched between let's say the moment Yastremska won 5 minutes before she won the match, and after the fourth set of the Medvedev-Urkac match, I fell asleep again.
Right.
Yeah, so I got to bed around maybe 30 minutes till midnight. So I slept for like 4 hours, 30 minutes more or less, and I've been on stream ever since. With like maybe 30 minutes or an hour break between Medvedev, Hurkacz, and Zhenk Kalinskaya. Yeah, suddenly after that previous drawn-out game, Now it's Carlos in a bit of a struggle. And in fact, the struggle is about to get much bigger.
Uh-oh. Danger time.
Yep. 3 hours on the clock as well.
And I've seen it. Zverev is going to serve for the match for a second time.
I've seen it too, yeah. No, it wasn't that bad of an approach, but like people just hit these.
Now I've seen it.
Stance backhands all the time now, yeah. It feels like you can't really approach at all. And I guess that sort of, we were talking about it earlier, that it's not that easy to just up your amount of approaches. And yeah, I said that this set is not going to a tiebreak, so of course I was thinking the other way around. And
well,
maybe it's still going
maybe
it's still a 7-5 Alcaraz, you know. I don't know how Zverev is going to react, but of course there's always the chance that he just has like two big first serves, and then it's already issues for Alcaraz. So. Last time he, of course, broke to 30. So we went from one of the worst performances of his career to sort of trying to secure the biggest win of his career, almost one of the biggest, to now, I guess, a pretty disappointing loss, but at least it's like not worst match of your career levels, right, for Alcaraz if he loses here. He did save the match in his perception, in the public perception a little bit with this comeback, if Zverev holds here.
If
doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, exactly. T-serve, here we go, probably. Just guessing. Oh, wide serve. Serve +1, abysmal though. Now Alcaraz is up in the points. Zverev defends well off the backhand. They're going backhands cross now. Alcaraz peppers the forehand, tries to go big on his own forehand, and now the odds of Alcaraz getting out of this service game are very, very low.
Yeah, and like it's totally his fault. Like, again, just no plan B, really. No idea how to hit through Zverev, and he just tries to ramp up on the forehand. And
yeah, well observed. That's true. That does tend to be his go-to when he's feeling a bit under pressure.
A big forehand didn't work. I'm just going to go bigger. And, well, sometimes it will work out. As I said earlier, like, he has the talent to pull this off a lot of the time. But
Zverev into the net, 15 love. Goes to 15-all. Again, though, that might have been more to do with Alcaraz. You know, he sliced his last two backhands, one of them actually bringing Zverev forward. So I think he is recognizing that.
Yeah, I think he's recognized that a long while ago, but it might not be enough.
It's a very, very good serve, yeah.
This feels like a joke tweet. Zverev would have straight setted 2011 Jokovic today. He's playing like a taller Novak, only that he has a better serve backhand at net game.
Who put that in? Who tweeted that?
The Tree of Life. I don't know the account. I don't know. But it was actually reposted by Caleb, so who is a bit of a troll. Meme. So
he's definitely a troll.
It is probably a meme. There's also the phrase, a testimony to Alcaraz's greatness, that he's still in the match. That doesn't sound right.
That might not be
that guy that they keep showing me. Jesus, I know him, but I don't. But, well, 30-all.
Yeah.
The points that Alcaraz is winning aren't baseline wars of attrition. again. Yeah, drop shot there to change it up, brings Zverev forward, finishes off with a drag volley. $30 all.
This will be the most insane thing ever if something happens. I still haven't seen the end of the point.
Yeah, from here, no way, surely. He's there, he's there, he's there. He's there again.
I've seen it.
No, come on.
Match point. Match point.
Oh, you just have to make it, Alcaraz. That's a joke. Come on. Here we go. Where does Zverev go with the first serve? Yeah. Lands it
It's
down
over.
the tee. Misses
It's
the
over.
return. That's it. It's done. Okay. Right.
So the choke of the century didn't happen. And yeah, Zverev is into the Australian Open semifinals. So first time he will face, there will be, a clash between him and Medvedev into a major.
Really?
So we got
first
rid
I
of
was also
meeting.
surprised by this, yeah.
So
Wow.
we got rid of this statistic that goes up every time they face. Yeah.
Most meetings before meeting at a major or something.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Why?
Isn't it? How many meetings have they had then?
It's the 19th for them.
Okay, so they beat Federer and Ferrer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, because
17-0.
it's 17. Yeah.
Maybe Medvedev Zverev at a slam will have a different feel to their normal matches. Or more likely, it'll just be a longer version of their normal matchup, which is going to be painful.
Well, so a first Australian Open semi-final has to wait. Of course, he also didn't play last year, so he didn't get all the chances he got in the other major events.
It's a small sample size, but Australia, certainly the worst slam for Alcaraz at this stage of his career. Whether that will continue. Do you think there was anything else at play today? Do you think conditions?
I don't really, I'm still struggling to, understand the real reason. Not really. I also think that he had the toughest player in the quarterfinals for a top 4 seed, because still we have underlined a lot about Zverev in majors against top 10 player and all this stuff, but overall outside these top 4, Zverev is still, in my opinion, the most dangerous one. And so probably he would have been in the semis if he would have faced, I don't know, Rublev or or Fritz or Urkac. I don't know. Even if Urkac was pretty dangerous as well in this tournament, but still, I think that always these kind of things has to be underlined. When we talk about the draws, still I think that that Zverev among these the top 4 player is the most dangerous one. He's back playing at a good level, and also seems like, even if still struggling in the early rounds, in these Grand Slam big matches, he's started, doing something close to his, real level as a player. Right now, last year he beat Sinner at the US Open. Now he's backed up with a win over Alcaraz today. So yeah.
Oh, that was podcast, John. Thank you. Yes, that was podcast. Yes, indeed. Yeah, what else can I say? I mean, that was a pretty horrific couple of sets for Alcaraz, but still, I think Zverev deserves a lot of credit. He came out with a very different mindset today, great attitude, kept lasting for their forehand, basically pretty much all the way until 5-3 in the third. Of course, he blows it. He makes some stupid decisions, but then again, late in the fourth, he again is, grows a pair again. Let's go like that. And I think that's really key to his success in any big matchup, really, against top 5 rivals, against some of the other main contenders. Lots will sort of depend on on how he follows it up, whether this is like a truly career-defining win or not. Because if he does follow it up with a Medvedev win, sure, we might actually be, well, this will be like the most impressive tournament of his career, maybe, if he beats Medvedev as well and has a decent showing in the final, right? But for Alcaraz, well, still lots to learn, let's be honest.
Yeah, even if, Medvedev, one of his, probably the toughest matchup for him lately, because I think he is kind of 11-3 in the last 14 or something like that.
Yeah. He is.
So, but I mean, first time they meet in best of 5. So, for example, all these close matches they had in Indian Wells, for example, even if conditions here are different, but I want to say they would have gone forward. I'm still expecting Medvedev to win, probably, if I have to give you a prediction now.
Yeah, I would say the same, Mario. I feel the same way.
Lately, when Zverev prevailed in this matchup, it's because he really, he really has to serve super, super, super well,
and he will, literally, right?
Yeah, he probably will.
I'm pretty sure he will. I don't know. Like I feel like this isn't as unbeatable for Zverev as it might seem for some.
I agree. I think it's 60-40.
I'm not saying for you. I'm saying for some. I know there will be a lot of people who will say that it's impossible. It's such a slog. It's going to be a grind fest again. Zverev looked decent physically today. Medvedev actually kind of didn't. They've both spent a lot of time on the court. I think it will be dreadful to watch, but it might be like a pretty impressive win for whoever gets through it, simply survives this matchup, and hopefully for that player has enough to make Sunday competitive as well.
Yeah, even if, for Zverev, who only played one major final so far, the match in itself is already, very, very big for Medvedev. I think that the storyline maybe is more, will he win a second one? Of course, he has to go through the semi first to get to that point. But I feel like the kind of storylines are a bit different for these two players right now.
It'll be interesting anyway. Yeah, I'm quite intrigued to see who gets to the final, because it will be, as you say, Mario, a story one way or the other. I don't think many people called Medvedev making another Australian Open final this tournament. So if that were to happen,
final probably not. Semi, final.
Semi, I think a lot of people doubted.
I feel.
Well, I am still on board.
I feel a Zverev win. Because I don't know. It just feels like it could be really a career-changing moment for him. Like literally, he beats Alcaraz here. He beats Medvedev. No one expects him to like do it all, and he literally might have his best chance in ages.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Twitter, we lose a lot of a lot of profiles. Considering how this tournament started, all the speech that was surrounding if the tournament ends with with Zverev lifting the trophy, I wouldn't even imagine what will happen on Twitter.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, maybe it's just the enjoyer of chaos in me. I wanted Trump to win over Biden because I wanted to see all these people just struggle to cope with it. Maybe it's just the that person in me who wants who wants to see chaos, who wants to see people butthurt.
Yeah. By the way, Jack, I'm a person who has Medvedev in the final in the bracket.
Oh, really? You said before the tournament, Mario?
Yeah, I have another Djokovic Medvedev final in my
With
bracket.
Djokovic winning. I know, yeah, the last one's giving me PTSD.
Yeah, just come on. I mean, we've got only 3 matches left in men's singles, and you seriously want 2 of them to be Medvedev Zverev and Djokovic Medvedev?
It's not what I want to.
Really?
I did it. I did the prediction at the beginning of the tournament. It's not what I want right now.
You're right. Maybe it's just me because I do predictions with a lot of
Medvedev
wishful
Djokovic.
thinking.
Medvedev Djokovic has been a very fun matchup. Let's not forget that. Just because the US Open is fresh in our minds, it could be a great match.
Well, I mean, the US
Open.
I'm not
US
ready, Open
Jack.
final. The US Open final is a big what if, honestly, in my opinion, because
if Mario, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course.
It was close that second set.
Yeah, honestly, I have to say that usually I always enjoy kind of 15% of slam semifinals and finals I watch. So when I get to this point of the tournament, I really don't care who gets there, because I am pessimistic on this. I always start like, I know this match is going to disappoint me, whoever the player is. But because for me, if it ends 6-4, 6-3, 6-4, and it's a major final, even with spectacular points, some good rallies, for me, it's still a disappointment.
100%. There's got to be a bit of story. There's got to be a bit of drama.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not really an opinion that anyone wouldn't share.
Damien, I thought you would be on the other fence, to be honest. I know you're more of a what you can see rather than the scoreline kind of guy, are you not?
Yeah, sure. But yeah, if it's a 6-3, 6-4, 6-4 win for whoever, if it's just lopsided, it's not really gonna be any interest in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, French Open 2020, Australian Open 2019. The only people who remember really are the fans of the respective player, because they need to to show their strength. But
John, I'm afraid of what you're gonna show now on the screen.
Wimbledon 2013.
Oh, okay. Ha 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 ha.
No way. I think
Wimbledon 2015. I was still competitive enough to be enjoyable, right? The second September.
Yeah. It was.
That was a good match. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. No, I was talking about Wimbledon 2013.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Yeah, but
looking at it from a non-Murray perspective, no, it wasn't. Djokovic was horrible for 2 sets, and then of course the sort of mini comeback attempt. That was the first moment when the match was decently fun.
Best match of the Open era.
You just go against your US Open. You can say that the US Open was good.
US Open as well. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I mean, for Murray fans, especially if British, the Wimbledon, it's a totally different storyline.
Yeah, but he just said that, basically he goes against his own. Oh, but I'm not gonna question your integrity. That's for you to sort of figure out. Yeah, I'm not gonna be a moralizer of sorts. I'm gonna go. I don't know if you're finishing the stream already as well, guys, but I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I've been streaming for 11 and a half hours, and I feel like I've streamed myself to death.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I'm gonna go as well.
Yeah. So,
all right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
guys for watching us today.
And bye-bye.
That was
See you
as
soon.
enjoyable as the Zverev Medvedev semifinal will be, hopefully. We pray for that.
See you soon, guys. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.